Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also known simply as Ron, and we're here to stream some eveonline. Appreciate you guys being here. Special thanks to Marverick, Jerry Can, Blossom are already in the chat. Appreciate you guys. I am actually just doing some dailies. Unfortunately, the dailies are a little more difficult today than they have been the last couple days, but you know what else is new? So no real problem there. So and I actually did see that there is one of the special mining ones in Ufine. Maybe I'm going to try that, since we don't have to scan those down. But how is everybody doing this morning? Actually, it's evening for you guys, so I apologize. Some of you, it's evening. Morning for me. 9:31 a.m. here in San Juan, Batangas, Philippines. So, I actually took a walk this morning. Walked the actual barangay is what they call it, the town, which is called Kalit. And it was very hot. I saw the McDonald's, I saw the hospital. I was able to walk to the hospital. So in the event of an emergency, I can walk the hospital. Not very big hospital. Not very big hospital. What's up, Jackson? Good to see you. But yeah, it was good to see. So I was able to walk to the hospital. It's probably about 1 kilometer. And then I walked the kilometer back, and then I walked the kilometer to McDonald's on the other side. McDonald's and a KFC. So, but yeah, and then I walked back. But I was, my shirt was covered in sweat. No, it was funny. I had a lot of problems with getting sweat in my eyes. Normally here in the Philippines, you carry what they call a sweat rag, and you keep that on, and that way you can kind of wipe the sweat off of you. And I forgot my sweat rag this morning, so very bad mistake. So, but yeah, no, it was actually not too bad. I mean, I was sweating and I was super hot, but I think it was a good sweat. I need to lose some weight, and I think I probably lost a couple pounds today just in water weight, if nothing else. So I haven't tried the pizza yet, and I didn't see the pizza place, which was kind of strange because I thought it was closer. But I'll have to check on the map to see exactly where it is, because either I missed it or it was a little further out. I didn't see our church either, which I thought was closer than the hospital. But I stopped at the hospital, and there was no one there. It was, so it seems like it made me wonder if it's even open. So I should have checked to make sure it was open, but it was also 8 o'clock in the morning. So excellent, Blossom. Glad to hear that. Hopefully you had a good visit. Hopefully you had a good visit. It looks like, yeah, it looks like there's a Trifene deposit here, or Trionite deposit here in Ufine, and also one in Amatins. So that's good. Maybe we'll work on those. So I got new piercings. Never ever pierced my ears before. Well, that's awesome. Now you can wear all kinds of fancy jewelry. Fancy earrings. You can go to dangling. Are you back to the regular schedule? So actually, I'm actually back to a more formal schedule. So I'm going to do Sunday through Thursday, including Tuesday. Docking permission requested. So I don't have bowling anymore. So I'll do every day, Sunday through Thursday is the plan. We'll see how that goes. But Yeah, so there's actually one here in Eugene, so I think I'm going to give it a try right now. If you guys are around, you want to join me, you're welcome to join me. I'm curious what type of crystal I'll have to use because I don't know how that's going to work. So, probably bowling. I think we only had 4 or 5 weeks left, Maverick. So, we were in first place, but I think since I left, they've dropped out of first place and they're in second. We're pretty strongly in second. So we should clear somewhere between $300 and $500. So I'm counting on the captain of the team to send me that money when and if that happens. We'll see. Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering with this one. So it shows there's one here and there's 12 people here, so we'll have to see. I'm gonna jump out here quick and see if I can find it. So, but yeah, so there was only I think 4 weeks left in the season, and then we take the summers off anyway. So I probably won't really notice it until next fall when it would have started back up again. But we'll have to see how that goes. So. Nope, my parents are limiting me to only studs, like the ones I have on, and only Blackstone or Diamond, and Diamond can't be bigger than basically what I have. Okay, well that's cool. Jump back and going again. Also, I gave up. Yeah, so I'm going to try this one, and you may be right. It may be just the beacon is still there, because there's 12 people in system. So it's a good bet that they're tearing them up. What I found with the other events is it's better to wait till later, and then you can get all the sites to yourself because everybody's already done. But we'll see how that goes because I don't know if it's really gonna work or not. So yeah, so like this. Oh nope, there's still rocks here. But the question is, there's nobody here. That's weird. It showed there were rocks here, but it won't let me target them. There's one. That's weird. Why does it not show up under the asteroids? I'm curious what crystals I need to use. It's not calibrated divine tyranite. So what kind of crystals would I use? I bet you can't use crystals. But yeah, my mining one. So yeah, so that's a good one for Blossom. Seems it's not picking that up. That's okay. I wonder if I can just take the crystal off. Yeah. But yeah, so I probably will miss the bowling once fall rolls around. Like I said, we were almost done. So timing was pretty good. Would have been better if it was a couple weeks later. New Year's Eve and Christmas Eve were both on Tuesdays, so those weeks we missed, so they got pushed to the end. And then I think we had another one that was a snow day, so that got pushed. So pretty sure my deep core or faction strip miners will mine it easily. Yeah, I just took the crystals off, and it seems to be working. We'll see. But I need to go down here to the event one and see if it gave me credit for anything. It did not. So yeah, you don't get it for entering the mining site. You just get for mining it. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm happy for you, Blossom, for the studs. You can still get some pretty nice things with the studs. I had mine pierced years and years ago, and I only did studs as well, and I had some pretty nice ones. Actually, I shouldn't say that. At one point, I had a big feather that I wore, but that was a real That was a phase in college. And so that's when I got mine pierced, was when I was in college. So, Autonomous, thanks for the raid, buddy.
FBI, open up!
Thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it. Glad to see ya. So yeah, so it's actually working. I'm mining. I think I'll mine just enough to get the points. But yeah, how's it going, Autonomous? It's good to see ya. I always see you doing middle of the night streams. It says can't sleep, middle of the night stream. No worries, no worries. Thanks again for the raid. Appreciate it. Raiders, welcome. Appreciate you being here. We're just doing some event mining. Kind of trying to find something to do. This is my, I guess, second official stream since I've moved to the Philippines. My wife and I retired from our companies in America and moved permanently to the Philippines. Relocated to San Juan, Batangas in the Philippines. And we've had some challenges with streaming from here. Internet is not as reliable as it was in America, unfortunately. And working to resolve that. But we're in a rental now. We're building our house in Amelda, Batangas, which is about a half hour away. And so yeah, so we're renting here until our house is built. So hopefully we'll be in the next year. So, and yeah, once that happens, we'll have a lot more throughput, I guess. It'll be all solar, satellite internet, the whole works. So I'm on the waiting list right now for Starlink. So hopefully that gets here pretty soon. But yeah, welcome Raiders. Appreciate you guys. Ooh. Got some rats. Right, so I think I got the event, right? So let's go here. Okay, where is it? There it is. Claim reward. Alright. So now I gotta wait for it to reset. Alright. Alright. Cool beans. Alright, call these guys back. And I'm going to go ahead and dock. And then what I'll do is I'll come out here. I'll come out here with Craig and do the same thing. So he can get the points too. And he also has salvagers, so I'll go ahead and salvage those wrecks. Yeah, no sense mining more than I need. So I guess it wants me to make a filament stone, which I have no idea how that works, but we'll figure that out soon. But yeah, so anyway, so yeah, I'm trying to get back in the regular schedule. Jackson was asking about the schedule. So my schedule used to be Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm now going to do Sunday through Thursday, including Tuesday. I'm going to do my time, so it's during the day, but it'll be nighttime for you guys. I've moved it up an hour for the East Coasters, so should be an hour earlier. So I think starting at 8:30 Central Time, which is 9:30 a.m. here. So no worries, Jackson. Appreciate you being here. So yeah, so Jackson had asked about moving it forward some, and so we went ahead and did that. I am going to switch over here to Kragan. And we're going to go out here with him and do the same thing. So, can you compress that stuff? I don't know. I'll try. When I get back with Kragan, I'll try. Do you appreciate the earlier start? Yeah, I think it's okay. I mean, from my perspective, it doesn't make much difference. It'll get me done earlier, which will probably work out better for the family. So, my wife usually sleeps till noon. So if I get done, 1:30, that'll kind of work with her. So, Caviar, good to see you, bud. I am going to gang you. Where are you? Oh, wrong guy. Give that a try, Jackson. Or Jerry can. Sorry. Alright, so let's go here. Actually, so Caviar just said you cannot compress it. So the 1:30 a.m. was tough for us old timers on the East Coast. Yeah, so I'll probably still finish up. So you guys, the East Coasters right now, have it the easiest because it's exactly 12 hours difference from you guys. So it's 9:46 here a.m. It's 9:46 p.m. where you're at. And so I'll probably still finish up around 1:30, but yeah, so that'll at least let you guys see most of the beginning of it. So you can't use the simple asteroid mining crystal either. Yeah, I took the crystals off, and so on my other ones, so that's what I'll do here too. So, but yeah, thanks for that. It also doesn't show up on my overview. I'm gonna have to fix my overview. But yeah, I'll have to figure that one out. But yeah. Yeah, that's probably what I'll have to do as well, so. I can never remember how to do that. I say add Trionite to overview. So there you go. There you go. All right, cool. That'll work. So Jerry Can's out here with giving some boost even. All right. Yeah, thanks for that, Caviar. Appreciate you being here, by the way, if I hadn't said that already. So, and Jerry Can, thanks for the boost. It wasn't really. I'm just doing enough to get the credit. So, and I probably need to figure out how to build these filaments they're talking about. So. But if anybody else wants an invite, let me know. Be happy to get you in here. Run the combat site so you can get the VPCs. Okay, so that's what I'll try. That's what I was wondering, so. And do they need a special fit to run, or will any battle cruiser or battleship do? Okay. Yeah, the Gila will do anything, so. Rubicon, I use a DNI, very chill and easy. Okay, cool. Thanks, Rubicon, and thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think I've got a drone boat. What the heck is that? And I'm not too happy with it, but I think I'll probably bring another one out here just so we have it. See megatons of Gilas doing it. Yeah. Gilas are that's always a good one. So, yeah, that's the other thing somebody said is that the drones they really go for they really attack the drones. So I probably don't want to use the drone boat because that'll probably cause me some grief. I hate losing my drones. So, but these are huge. Yep. I get further away. Yep, I am getting further away. All right. Thanks to the boost. You might have to manage drones more with lesser ships with no drone bonuses. Yeah, somebody else had mentioned it the other day that they really went for the drones. So, what's up, Nick? Good to see you. Sorry, I still haven't shaved. So, the mirrors came yesterday, but they haven't been installed yet. So, I don't even use drones anymore until final. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking is if they're going after the drones that bad, it just end up losing too much. So, yeah, it's not worth it. So, yeah. Well, they got to make it, do something a little different. All right. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, my internet cut out for a second, so which is common here. Usually only lose it for 30 seconds or so, but it's kind of a pain. So cool. Glad it buffered. I was hoping I have it set to buffer, but I've never in America never had to worry about if that worked or not. Yeah, no, I didn't. So yeah, but yeah, that makes sense. The Navy Vespas can take and the Gila between the two of them, they take care of everything. So yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Some of you probably would have had to reload. Sorry about that. Hopefully, I'm on the waiting list for Starlink. So hopefully, when that happens, I'm gonna try and contact my buddy Elon and see if he can help me out there, get me off the waiting list, but we'll see how that goes. I think once I get that, it'll be a lot more reliable. This local internet is sketchy, I think is the American term we use. Yesterday I was trying to watch a show, a half hour sitcom, and I think it cut out like 6 times during the half hour. So yeah, it was kind of frustrating. But they were all for like a minute each, but every time I had to reset my fire stick and go through all that. So, but yeah, I had a nice walk this morning. Kind of walked in the town, so 250 bonus hit points with medium drones. Yeah, that's a good one. You can't beat that. But yeah, I had a nice walk in the town that we live in, which is called Kalit Kalit. We have a McDonald's, we have a KFC, We have a Jollibee, which is a local fast food, a Filipino fast food. And then we have, I was telling Jackson, we have a pizza place. I haven't seen the pizza place yet, but I'm curious about what Filipino pizza looks like. So I'm not a huge pizza fan, but I'm probably going to have to try it just to see what Filipino pizza looks like. But yeah, it's, I walked down the one side about a kilometer to the hospital, maybe a little more than a kilometer. And then I walked back. Yes, we did. I've had Jollibee several times, Nick, but we had just had it last night as well. My wife went to Manila to attend the Easter service in Manila. I stayed with the dog, and so we haven't wanted to leave the dog by herself yet until she gets a little more acclimated. And so she went to Manila for the Easter service, and she brought Jollibee back. She also did a big shopping spree as well, but she brought Jollibee back. So yeah, it's they do burger steak. Everything has gravy, which I'm not a huge gravy fan, and then chicken. Everything's with rice. So you got burger steak with rice or chicken with rice. I think the burger is the only burger. The burger steak is the only burger. So, but I did stop in the McDonald's this morning, and the menu is of course different. They don't have biscuits. Instead, they had what they call it, egg de sal. So bread here is called pan de sal. So it's like a roll, like a dinner roll, I gotta figure out where the camera is, right? It's like a dinner roll, and so it has like sausage and egg on a dinner roll. So kind of like a Hawaiian, one of those Hawaiian rolls, except more rounded. And so yeah, I didn't get any McDonald's this morning. I just stopped in there for the air conditioning because I was sweating like a pig. And because yeah, it was about 8:30. I guess we left around 7. I got back around 8. So, but everybody was staring at me. I don't know if it's because I was sweating or because of the color of my skin or just because, But fat guy walking. All the public transportation guys, what they call tricycles, were honking at me, thinking that I wanted to use them, and so, or the lack of, exactly. But yeah, it was interesting. So, yeah, I don't know. The beard's got to go. The wife is not a fan of any facial hair. But I told her I wasn't shaving until we had a mirror. And so she bought the mirrors yesterday. They just haven't been installed yet, so that'll probably happen today. And that was one of the other things that didn't make the cut. I have a razor, I have razor blades, I don't have any shaving cream. So she bought me some shaving cream here from the Philippines. So it says, yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to trust her with a razor blade around my neck. So nobody would miss me except you guys. So everybody would be like, well, I don't know what happened to him. He moved to the Philippines. Yeah, I don't think it's protecting me. It's pretty thin. So, plus it's hot. The sweat gets caught in it and it gets really itchy. So, which I'm not a fan of. Not a fan of at all. But yeah, here in the Philippines, I was saying earlier, here in the Philippines, you carry what they call a sweat rag to wipe the sweat off. Because everybody sweats. And I forgot my sweat rag. So the sweat was getting in my eyes, and which was making it really hard. And then, of course, all the cars were going by because I was on the highway, what they call a highway. It's a 2-lane. Actually, I think it's a 4-lane road. And so, but yeah, it is the humidity. So try something new in retirement. Yeah, well, I still want her to spend time with me, and she won't do it with this. So yeah, so it's probably definitely going to go. So, but yeah, so it was interesting. Like I said, I walked all the way down to the hospital, which was really small, not what I'm used to with the hospital. So right now, I think, let me check. Right now, where the heck is it? There it is. Right now, it is 94 degrees. Excuse me, 90 degrees. High today is scheduled to be 94. 50%, 56% humidity. UV index is extreme. And then tonight, the humidity is supposed to go up to 80%. They've been calling for rain ever since we got here, but it has not rained yet. So that's been kind of interesting. So, yes, yeah. So yeah, it's that every day, between 95 and 100 every day. So the end of May 30th, I think they said, is the start of the rainy season, and so then it'll be between 95 and 100 and raining every day. So, but right now it's just 95 and between 95 and 100 and not raining. So no, I don't have a pool. We will have a pool at the house once it's built, but I do not have a pool here. So, which is kind of frustrating. The development advertised a pool, but that is scheduled for, I think, phase 7, which is sometime in 2029. So another false advertising thing. So kind of like our rental. The rental was advertised as fully furnished, never been lived in. And when we saw it the first time through video chat, it had holes in the wall, had obviously been lived in, and not furnished at all. So, yeah, so. Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry Can. You just kind of tell me these things. Oh, sorry, I see it. Sorry. Sorry. I'm too busy talking. Oh, I'm on the wrong guy, too. Sometimes it helps. Cass isn't in any of our things. He's not in the late night. He's not in the corp. All right, he should be invited now. Sorry about that, Jerry Can. If anybody else wants an invite, by the way, feel free to jump in. So, but yeah, they advertised a pool. They advertise, and it just seems like it's common here for them to advertise things that are not correct. So, which is kind of frustrating, but it is what it is. There's no one to complain to, so there's really nothing you can do, especially as a foreigner. Even as a Filipino, there's nothing you can do. But as a foreigner, you have even less that you can do. So yeah. That was the problem. I was actually going to buy some bread, some pan de sal this morning. There was a couple pan de sal vendors that I saw. And I was going to buy some bread. But I was afraid they would rip me off, which is pretty common. And so, because they probably try to charge me more than what it's worth. And so, because I don't know any better. And so I asked my wife, what's the going rate for bread? And she's like, I don't know. So I'm like, oh, okay. So one of her family members is staying with us, her brother-in-law, and he had some business here, and he's from San Juan, Batangas. And so he had some business here this morning. He had to pay some tax on their family land, and so he went to the city hall, and so that was why I was up early. So he got on a tricycle to head to city hall, and I decided to walk. And so, but yeah, it was kind of nice because oop, you're not there. All right, so did I work there? Oh, yeah, I did. But yeah, so now I'm gonna add to overview. All right. yeah, so yeah, time to get a bike. The problem with a bike is, so I'd really like to get a motorcycle, because they're very fuel efficient. The fuel here is very expensive. It's one of the few things that's more expensive than America, and so there are like 3.9 liters to a gallon, I think, and they're paying right around $1 a gallon. Excuse me, $1 a liter. Equivalent of $1 a liter. And so yeah, so the fuel actually comes out to more than what I was paying in Kansas City. Probably not more than California or something, but yeah, yeah. But the wife is not a fan of me riding a motorcycle. So we've talked about maybe a tricycle, which is a motorcycle with a sidecar. And so that way she could ride in the sidecar. And yeah, so yeah, it's a motorcycle with a sidecar. So the sidecar gives you the extra wheel. That's where the tricycle comes from. But it gives you a little bit more stability. So the problem with the tricycle is it really doesn't have a whole lot of room for somebody like me that's tall. It's made more for Filipinos. And so yeah, so it's kind of rough for me to adjust to them. And so yeah, no, so yeah, these are, yeah, they do have regular bicycles, and they do have regular tricycles, which is a three-wheeled bike, which is a bike with a sidecar. But my thought is, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do a motorized one, because I don't want to pedal. So what's up, Blue Gray? Good to see you today. But if I'm going to pedal, I may as well walk. So. But yeah, it's been interesting. So like I said, today was the first time I got out into the town. So I appreciate it, Blue Gray. Appreciate it. Glad to see you. We're just doing one of these sites. So, and actually, I think I forgot to do Kragen's. Forgot to accept Kragen's event. All right. Everybody's got points. But yeah, so riding a pedal powered bike is faster than walking. It is. But my thought is, if I'm going to do it, you got to ride it on the street with all the motorcycles and the jeepneys and the buses. And so yeah, so I'd be more likely to get run over. So yeah, I would probably just walk because it's safer. So, but yes, we're gonna tomorrow night for you guys. Tomorrow morning for me will be our normal Monday event, and so yeah, feel free to be there. We'll do some mining. I don't know if we want to do the event mining or just regular mining. Probably regular mining. So yeah, I don't know what mine was today. I covered I think about 3 or 4 kilometers today in about an hour. So I don't know what it was. So yeah, it's probably about 3.75 kilometers in an hour. I mean, I was drenched, but yeah, so yeah, yeah. The problem is their sidewalks are not like American sidewalks. So yeah, that wouldn't work either. I thought I had rollerblades that I sold before I left. I used to do roller hockey, and so I had those, but yeah, it would never work here. So I'm kind of glad I sold them, because yeah, the sidewalks are not level, so they go up and down a lot, and so it's actually, today it was easier for me to walk on the shoulder than it was to walk on the sidewalks, because there was a lot of stepping up and down on the sidewalk, and then there were several places without a sidewalk, so it's just dirt. But yeah, it was a good walk. Like I said, I need to get some exercise. That was one of the plans for my retirement, was to get out about. Wanted to get out into the neighborhood. So ours is the place we're renting here is in a secured development. So there's a guard. So I was planning to buy Pandasol for the house for my wife, and also some for the guards. But by the time I was, like I said, I was afraid they'd rip me off. So by the time I actually decided to buy the Pandasol, I couldn't find the Pandasol dealer anymore. The one was on a bike. He had a bike with a sidecar that had his goods on it, and so and he had moved on to another place. And then the other one was actually a storefront, but I can't remember exactly where it was. So it was on the way to McDonald's. So, and when I came back, I couldn't find it. So yeah, I walked, like I said, I walked out to the hospital and then turned around and walked back and then walked the other side to the McDonald's, which was, they said it was a kilometer, and then turned around and walked back from there. So yeah, like I said, I think the hospital was about a kilometer and a half out, so it's probably right around 4 kilometers. But yeah, it was a good walk. So looks like Falstaff has run out of space. Imagine that. What else is new? I'm gonna drop this off. So I was curious if when the mining one comes back up again, can I just put it in my cargo, and will it accept that I mined it even though I didn't? I was curious if that worked. So mine it early. So probably not. Yeah, probably not. So yeah, that makes sense. I know there was one a ways back that you could do that. You could fool it. I think the last one actually, you could mine it early, and then when you turned it in is when you got the credit and got the points. And so you could just mine it all early and then turn it in all at once. But yeah, so I think actually I'm going to switch back here to Falstaff. I'm going to go ahead and switch him over to this and go ahead and scan some sites, because that's another one that I can get for the dailies. So plus maybe I'll find some relic sites that I can do. Need to reprocess to use the blueprints. Okay. Yeah, I got to get the blueprints first. So but yeah. So it was a nice little walk. Like I said, I was drenched, just drenched. And I forgot, like I said, I forgot my sweat rag. So, but yeah, when I got to the hospital, I'm really kicking myself now because I should have checked to see if the hospital was open, if it was functioning. It didn't look abandoned, but it looked like there was no one there. And so there were a couple tricycles out front. So it looked like, well, maybe somebody's doing something. But yeah, it was really weird. So I really should have checked, but I was like okay, let me start back before I get too far out and can't find my way back. Not that it would have been hard to find my way back. It was, you know, it's only one way. So yes, I have several sweat tails. I just didn't take them with me. So, but yes. So that was probably what everybody was laughing at. Was like, look at this stupid American with no sweat towel sweating his butt off. Because yeah, right around here and my armpits were just drenched. And so yes, then I came back and got my second shower of the day. So all before 9 a.m. So, and then I'll have another one probably before I go to bed. So you need a whole towel. Oh, I got you. I got you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that I want to carry a whole towel, but you might be right. I probably need a whole towel. So, yeah, let's see what's going on here. There's one. Drone cluster. Yeah. Excuse me. I did not sleep well last night. I don't know why. I do not know why. But yes, I did not sleep well last night. But yeah. But it was a nice little walk. So, which is what I want to do. I want to start getting in it. I want to do it earlier, though. Like I said, we started around 7. I really want to start around 5. Because that's when the sun is just coming up. Said when I was looking at the weather earlier, it said the sunrise was at 5:30. And like I mentioned on one of the previous streams, I don't think Nick was here, but yeah, it's kind of weird because the sunrise, you see the sun peeking over the horizon, and then less than 5 minutes later, it's fully daylight. So I kind of want to get out early before it starts to get hot, because even at 3 a.m. it's still in the 80s. So pitch dark. So wormhole. Well, that would definitely help with the scanning. But yeah, so excellent.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so we'll go check this one out. So it looks like we ran out of space on Kragan now too. So oh, it's not showing the wormhole. Wonder which one shows wormholes. Oh, yeah, I think I want to add the wormhole to all. Let's see if we can do that. Where's she at? There she is. There she is. And worm. Send me some pics of the area. So yeah, I actually put some out on the Discord channel if you want to check that out. Also pics of my, the wife made me a custom chair. So they have a really rare wood here. They told me the name of it, but for the life of me, I can't remember what it is. But, so she submitted it to Woodworker. So they actually had we had a tree of it on our land, on our lot. So we had it cut down because it's worth a lot of money. But instead of selling it, we actually used it to build some stuff. So we were planning on building a dining room table from it. And so one of the things she submitted it for was to have a chair built for me, like a Game of Thrones chair. And so that pictures of that is actually out on the Discord as well. And so yeah, the pictures of the local area that I took like the first day are out there, as well as the pictures of the throne. So, but it's hardwood. So I have a cushion that I put on it. And then they're the same wood. So after she put in the order for the chair, I tried to order, I know you guys probably heard about my desk scenario, so I tried to order a desk off of Amazon and have it delivered here. And the desks just never really came, or never got delivered. They kept making excuses. I think the first one never even shipped. The second one shipped and was canceled right away. So I just like, okay, forget it. So what she did is she took the measurements of my desk in America and sent them to this woodworker to have him make me a desk of the same material. And so they are working on the desk as we speak. But unfortunately, as is common here in the Philippines, they said it was going to be ready last Tuesday. And then when we asked about it, they said, oh, well, it's Holy Week. So Holy Week is a holiday here. So nobody works the whole week. So they said, oh, well, it's Holy Week. And so it's like, okay. So they said, the workers will be back next week. So it's like, okay. So now the workers came back today. Today's Monday. And so, yeah, so supposedly we may have it this week. But that's the common saying is maybe next week. Maybe next week. Maybe next week. And so So yeah, I'm anxious to get the desk. The chair is super heavy, super heavy. So the desk is actually an L-shaped desk. So, and I'm sure it's going to be even heavier. They did it in 2 pieces, and so. But yeah, the desk I'm working on here is super small, which is why I'm so close to the camera. I'm like right on top of everything. It's very difficult here to work, and so I'm making it work. But yeah, so yeah, sorry, it was an L. So yeah, I think one side's a little shorter. So yeah, but yeah, so it's so it's kind of interesting because it's like anxious to see how it turns out. She said it to him in inches, and everything they do here is metric. So I'm a little afraid that it's gonna be like this big, you know, because 54 inches is huge, where 54 centimeters is only this big. So yeah. So, but they have. I guess my brother-in-law has seen the cutout pieces, and he said it's big, and so hopefully they got the right measurements. She's like, they're not stupid. I'm like, I know they're not stupid, but you know, my wife isn't always clear with some of her instructions when she gives them to me. So I can't imagine she'd be more clear with someone else, but maybe. So yeah, so we're kind of curious how that's going to work out. But all right, let's enter this wormhole. We got Kragan straightened out. His hole got filled up, so. And then we'll scan down the rest of our stuff in here, so. I should save that wormhole. That's okay. Save this one. Alright. So let's bring up our direction scanner. Just to see what we got. There's a mobile depot, so somebody lives here. Customs office, Eve Scout Rescue. So let's do this. Someone looted my battleship NPC wreck, so I left since I got credit for the kill. Nothing in that wreck is worth engaging a suspect. Yeah. That's pretty cheesy for them to steal the loot. So actually, I'm going to need to turn this off. Open this up. Launch these guys. And then turn it back on. All right, there we go. All right, so let's scan down some signals. They ran in Incursia, and I out DPS them in my Gila. Yeah, so that's, yeah. The problem probably would have been catching them. But I don't know, that Gila, you probably would have been fine. That Gila pretty much can take care of everything. I really want to get one of those. That's one I do not have yet. Ads are getting ready to start, so I think everybody's probably good. 2 data sites. Level 3, level 1. Okay. Another 20 points till I claim the 100 plex. Good job. Can't beat that. $57. Ish. All right. Oof. Let's try this one. Ads are on. Ooh, excellent. That was easy. That was really easy. What happened there? Looks like that. Oop, I didn't check the other side. Yeah, it might be okay. Alright, so we went the furthest away. That's probably the wormhole. Either way, I'll get credit for it, so. Yep, I bet that's the wormhole. That's the exit. Yep. So yeah, so I think this is the last one I need to scan down for the 5. So, oh, that shot off. Ah, another wormhole. Alright, there's what I needed for my daily. So let's save this. Save. Save. And save. Nope, we already got that one. This one. Alright. So we collect these. Close this. Let's wormhole.
Warp drive active.
And we'll get out of here. And then we'll bring Kragan in here and let him We didn't even check this thing to see if it was destabilizing or anything. Wormhole's beginning the day, probably won't last another day. Okay, so it's still good. Save location. PH. 162. Today is 4/21, 2:30. Alright. Alright, so let's go back and let's dock.
Warp drive active.
And then we'll bring Kragan back. Nope. Nope, he's still mining. Switch.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Yeah, we'll switch. But yeah, what else? So yeah, it's funny. I mentioned this in a previous stream, so sorry if this is a duplicate, but the town here, you know, it has 4 fast food places. You know, I guess pizza's not really fast food, but 3 fast food places, but no grocery store, no department store, no normal kind of, you know, buy anything store. And so the closest thing, like to buy the mirrors, to buy fingernail clippers, to buy little things like that, you have to go 2 hours away to the closest real city. And so it's kind of funny because it's just a little bit different than it was in America. So let's switch back to Falstaff. Let's switch out and board this guy. And then we're going to trade to Kragan. We're going to give him the scan ship. Hopefully he can use it. I didn't think about that. It's got some higher things on it. Yeah. So it's board. All right. And let's go back to Falstaff. Let's undock him and have him go. Have him go mine some more. Hang out with Jerry Can.
Warp drive active.
There is no Amazon there, so it's weird. Amazon will deliver here. It takes about 2 weeks, and they only deliver certain things. So for instance, I ordered some shorts, and I was able to get free delivery on them because I spent so much. But I think I ordered 3 pairs of shorts, Adidas shorts, which is kind of some shorts my wife bought me that have zippered pockets, which is kind of nice here. A lot of pickpockets here, and so the zippered pockets help. And so they're thinner shorts with the zippered pockets, so kind of nice. And I ordered 3 of those and was able to get free shipping on those. But it's going to take like over 2 weeks for them to get here, even with the free, at least it's free shipping. Normally it would have cost me, I think, $10 a pair to have them shipped, which is kind of ridiculous. But yeah, kind of funny because it was like, what the heck? But yeah, so kind of funny. It's a little bit different here. So, all right, now we're going to switch over to Kragan. So you guys should be watching Kragan now. And I'm going to take him out. and we're going to cheat. So since I already have these bookmarked, I should be able to scan them down really quick. Boom. Say launch. Oh, what's wrong? Oh, the launcher's offline. Is the launcher offline? So yeah, so his skills don't match, so we're gonna have to figure that out. Anyway. Alright, so if I just do this, and I zoom in here, should be able to just do this guy. Go down here. Analyze. Somebody taught me this one. Because if you bookmark it, and then just mark the bookmark, you can get it. So, and let me warp to here.
Warp drive active.
And then I'll do the same thing for the other 4 that are inside the wormhole. So I can do them really quick. I don't want that in the system. Nope, I don't want to do that. We need to uncloak in order to launch the probes. Now launch the probes. Now cloak again. There we go. Alright. Alright. So then we click on, double click on these. Zoom in. But yeah, it's weird because Amazon does deliver. They have another one called Shopee, but even that takes 2 to 3 days, which is really weird. So yeah, it's kind of interesting that it takes so long. Oof, that's weird. Over there. Oh. Yeah, I keep stooping down because everything's so low. Well, that one kind of backfired, huh? He's got less scan ability than Falstaff does, that's why. So that's probably why it didn't pick it up. Well, that'll also do it. Gotta make sure you're on it from both sides. There we go. Excellent. There's number 2. Where's the other one? There's one. Three. Where's the fourth one? Ah, I can't get any lower. Yeah, his scan ability's not the same. So, how did I do that before? I had to... What was that? That's the control? There it is. No, that's not what I analyze. Oof, that actually went down. What the heck? Maybe I went the wrong way. Okay, so what was the other one? No. So there's the three. 1, 2, 3. I guess we'll do this one. Oops. I need to reset it. There we go. So yeah, so what else? So yeah, so anytime we go anywhere, we have to have a list because it's like 2 hours to the closest place to buy supplies. So it's just a different different philosophy than what we were used to in America. So. So yeah, so when she went to Manila for Easter service, she had a whole shopping spree list that she needed to do. So, and that worked out. But that's just the way it works here. So. So yeah, we didn't have any mirrors, so she got a bunch of mirrors. She didn't get any fingernail clippers, which was on the list. Supposedly one of the family members has fingernail clippers they're going to give her, but they haven't done that. So my fingernails are like claws, and so they're driving me crazy. So I could always chew them, but then I don't have a file to file them down after I chew them. So yeah, so trying to make sure we don't do that. So let's exit this wormhole. I have to get up here in a second. These plastic chairs. Very uncomfortable. Dock.
Warp drive active.
I think Falstaff ran out of space. Yes, he did. He always runs out of space. I'm gonna go dock him, but yeah, so we should have all our dailies.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
That's good. And that pretty much takes care of that. So let's see what else we can do. So let's switch back to Falstaff. Yeah, he said the sites are all drone sites, so that's gonna. Or this is a drone boat. I really need a different combat ship. Where? Oh, I bet you that one ship is still in Civila, isn't it? Well, it's not. Oh, wrong guy. That's why. You guys are looking at Falstaff. I'm not looking at Falstaff. So yeah, so there's rock transport. Okay, so yeah, so yeah, he needs another some kind of combat ship. So Jackdaw would probably work. I could probably try it. No, it's a destroyer. Probably doesn't have enough firepower. So yeah, I got to figure out what I want to bring out here. So, but yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to teleport. I don't want to clone jump back because then I won't be able to clone jump back for the mining event tonight. So yeah, so I need to figure that out. Let's let me set Kragan up to mine with Jadzia. Jadzia's just out there mining up a storm. I keep forgetting to drop this stuff off. So yeah, we'll get this started and then we'll figure out. Maybe we'll send Falstaff back to pick up some kind of combat ship. Just not sure which one I want to pick up. We got him set up. Then let's check out the site and see. So it looks like Eudemus had a kill in the past hour. Let's see when it was. 2:21. And it's 2:50, so that was a half hour ago. So yeah, we're probably okay. Yeah. MortySnerd. MortySnerd got killed in Udema. I know MortySnerd. Well, that sucks. Somebody from Wingspan took him out. Well, that sucks. So yeah, it looks like these are probably some war kills. Now, what am I trying to say? No bandits, not bandits, but raiders, not raiders, gankers. I don't know why I couldn't think of the term. Tell you, some days it's a wonder I even get out of bed. Alright, so let's leave this ship. Set destination for Vanillin. Let's see what we got. So yeah, so
Drive active.
we'll fly this thing down and pick up a good mining ship, or not a mining ship, a combat ship. See what we got. See what we want to bring back. But so, what else is going on with you guys? Can I still use my Amazon sub for your channel? Yes, you can. Yes, you can, and you are welcome to, and I would appreciate that. So, yes, Amazon subs will still work. I am. That's a Twitch thing, so it really doesn't matter where you're located, where I'm located, or where you're located. If you have Amazon Prime, you can sub with Amazon Prime, which gives you 1 free sub a month as part of your Amazon Prime subscription. So, I'm too dumb to figure it out then. Yeah, so when you, if it should give you a resub, and when you do the resub, if you scroll down, there's a checkbox that says use Prime. And, if it's available, if you haven't used it for somebody else. And so
Drive active.
I just did it for Anarckos last night for mine, and that's the only reason I remember. So, but yeah, I had to figure it out myself. So, but yeah, I subbed to Anarckos. It won't let me sub to myself. So, but I still have Amazon Prime because we watch Amazon shows. So big. Watching The Wheel of Time, which is a big book series that I read as a kid. Actually, I've read multiple times. They're making it Prime. Amazon's making it into a series, a television series, and they're doing an okay job of it. But the guy that is making it into the TV series, converting it to the TV series, has taken several liberties. So. Maybe you got to be on a desktop because I don't see it in the app. Yeah, so yeah, it's kind of weird. Like I said, when I did Anarckos last night, I had to do resub because I was subbed to him before. And then when I scrolled down, it just had a little checkbox that said use Prime. And when I clicked it, because it showed total was going to be $5.99 or something, $4.99, I can't remember what. And then until I found that checkbox, I finally checked it, and then it allowed me to do it. So, But if you've already used it for somebody else, it might not let you. So. And I don't know if it's desktop or not. I did mine on the desktop, so I do everything on the desktop. I don't do anything on my phone. I'm kind of a desktop nerd. So I try not to do anything on my phone because I'm too afraid that I'll lose my phone and then everybody will be able to do everything else. So I don't do any banking. I don't do... I started, because of the travel, I did Discord on my phone. But that was the first time I did that. And so I prefer it on the desktop. So I try to do everything on the desktop. So. But yeah, so that is possible that it could be desktop, but yeah, so approaching 11 a.m. my time, which would be 11 p.m. East Coast time, 10 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. for my daughter in New Mexico and all the mountain time people, Colorado. And then, of course, 8 p.m. U.S. time for anybody on the West Coast. Yeah, that's right. That's where you're at. So, yeah, so. But yeah, I'm going to fly back here to Ventolin because I don't want to do the clone jump because then I won't be able to jump back and see if we can pick up a combat ship and bring it back. Not sure which one I want to bring. I use my Mackerel here all the time, so I don't want to bring it. But I think I have a secondary one that maybe we'll take. My railgun ship. So we'll see. I'm kind of a railgun snob, so. All right, Nick, take care. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Glad you got to catch one finally. Of course, this is only the second one I've done, so you really didn't miss anything.
Drive active.
Hopefully, next time you're on, I'll have my desk and it'll look a little different. Be back to normal. I always feel like I'm kind of in your face. Because this is a lot closer than I'm used to. It's weird. Doesn't seem like I got any sun today. I was out for an hour. I would have thought maybe I got a little bit of sun. Maybe just on my bald spot. I don't know. I'm expecting a delivery today from Shopee, but they have not called me to tell me that it's coming, which is kind of strange.
Drive active.
Just a reminder, all my broadcasts I put out to YouTube, so feel free to check them out there as well. Several people that can't make the time frame, so they watch on YouTube. So I have stopped numbering them. So figured this would be a good time to do that since we've done the transition. So stop numbering them. Though the numbers did make it easy to keep track of, but we were getting up there a ways, so yeah, now I'll just name them whatever. If we do something special, maybe we'll put numbers on them, but What else? So yeah, the wife went on a shopping spree yesterday, and that worked out pretty good. She did all right. Like I said, she didn't get several of the things I had on the list, but she did get shaving cream. It's some kind of weird shaving cream, so we'll have to see how that works out. But she did get shaving cream, mostly because she wants me to shave. She did get mirrors. Like I said, they haven't been installed yet, but working on that. In my off hours, I am putting together shelving units. So she decided she wanted 15 steel shelving units. And so, of course, they only will deliver the Shopee. That's the local Amazon. They will only deliver 3 at a time because they deliver it via motorcycle. And they're super heavy. And they're unassembled. So they come in a box yay big, and you got to assemble them. And so I've been assembling them. And so I think I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'm right at, yes, I've got 5 assembled. My brother-in-law assembled the first one, and then I assembled the next 4. I've got 1 more here from the first 6, and then we've got another one that was another 3 that were delivered yesterday, and there should be 3 delivered today. And that should, I'm not doing 15. I told her I would do 12. I really don't know where she's going to put them, to be perfectly honest. And so, and I figure once we get to 12, if she still needs some more after that, then we can work it out. But there's Abigail barking. I don't know what she's barking about. But yeah, so we're kind of, so that's what I've been doing in my off hours when I'm not streaming. Is putting together shelving units. So last night until, I don't know, about 11, probably midnight. Actually, probably till 11. I was putting together 1 shelving unit, and then I took a shower around probably 11:30, and then I took a shower at 11:30 so that I could go to bed. And I think that's why I didn't sleep well. That was the first night that I actually took a shower before I went to bed, and it felt better, but I didn't sleep well. So I don't know if I just got to get used to it, because usually I take a shower to wake up, and so yeah, it was kind of strange. So it's probably just something to get used to. But here you pretty much sweat all the time. So, looks like we're losing internet. No, it just dropped really low. So we dropped a bunch of frames. But it looks like it's coming back. So hopefully I didn't lose any of you. But yes, it looks like it's recovered now. So sorry about that. Allergies are acting up. So we are in Venolin now.
Active.
Pretty uneventful trip, especially in my pod. So now we'll figure out what we're going to take home. What we're going to take home. What we're going to take back to Eugene, because technically Venolin is home. But we'll figure out what we're going to take to Eugene. Goodness. I had a ton of emails, but they were all Twitch announcements of people going live.
Drive active.
All but one. So yeah, so maybe my brother-in-law is back. Which makes sense. He's been gone about 4 hours, so, which is about normal for trying to get something done around here, government-wise. So yeah, I think he was trying to pay the tax on his family land. He's like I said, he's from here, San Juan Batangas. Him and his family are from here. which was one of the reasons we chose this land, and so this place. So, and part of the land we bought was part of the family land, and so. But they have a large amount of land here, and so they are. So there's the Megathon. Let me take that one. Let me take that one. Yeah, let me take that one. Also got a Drake. Yeah, let's take the Megathon. And the big question is, oops, looks like somebody's shooting at us. So let's switch over to Kragan. He's getting shot at. No, he's dead. No. Good old Jadzia took care of it, so no worries. Okay, so yeah, let's take the Megathron. What do we got on here? Alright. Railguns. Afterburner. Cap recharger. It's an armor tank. We're doing kinetic and thermal, which is usually the standards. And we have some plates on there. Add some more armor. Alright, we have no rigs, which is fine. What do we have? Yeah. Don't have a whole lot of ammo. Let's get some ammo. Let's get some more ammo. So let's see. So there's antimatter large. Yeah. And what was the other one he had? Tungsten. Yeah, I really like tungsten. Let's go with iron. See if there's iron. Let's do iron. We'll keep the tungsten as a backup. Alright. Alright. So now here's the bigger key. He's taking this thing all the way back to Ufine without getting attacked. Alright. So let's check the gate camp. So Yadima's got another kill in the past hour. Maybe it's the same one. Yeah, it's the same one. 221. And it's 308. Yeah, so it hasn't been an hour yet. So that's why. Alright. Need to fix my drones. So that's okay. We've already been through there. Nobody bothered. Of course, nobody bothered my my egg. But it might bother the Megathron. You can see it as a threat, so we'll have to see. But yeah, what else? So yeah, you guys tell me, how was your weekend? How was your Easter? Happy Easter for those of you still celebrating Easter, or still in Easter. Like I said, I'm in Monday morning already, so Easter's over for me. But it was also my daughter's birthday. So she turned 31? Yeah, I think 31, maybe 32. Actually, I think she turned 32. So, yeah. to check. Yeah, it doesn't tell me. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure she's 32. Her brother should turn 27, and there's 5 years between them. So that would make her 32. So he'll turn 27 in August. And then my granddaughter, she'll turn 15 in August. Good God. Yeah, so 15. So. Salama.
Bingo.
Oh, thank you. And why don't you come on the stream? Say hello. she's deathly afraid of the camera. So she brought me mango juice. So yeah. I'm more of a pakwan, which is watermelon. I'm more of a pakwan guy. So mango's okay. Just turned 30 on April 1st. Excellent. That was my dog's birthday, April 1st. So he was our April Fool baby. Yeah. Yeah. I knew a guy that was born on February 29th. And so my stream is glitched, resetting. Yeah. No worries, Blue Gray. You're all good. Doctor said he was supposed to be a she. Oh, my goodness. So that would have been a surprise. Yeah, that would have been a surprise. Yeah, that would have been a surprise. Yeah, it was weird. My daughter, we didn't know. And so when she was born, it was a surprise. And my wife, my ex-wife, always tells the story that I was disappointed, which I was not. I was just super excited that she was healthy. And she's the apple of my eye. So her and I are identical. So it's kind of funny. But then when she got pregnant with my son, they did an ultrasound and it was obvious that it was a boy. So literally came out and said, April Fools. Hate this. I have to self-destruct to seed back into my wormhole. Well, that sucks. Blue Gray. But yeah, April Fool's baby. Yeah, they don't always get it right. So, but with ours, I think he had his hands up, and so there was another appendage. It wasn't quite as long as his leg, and so yeah, I was like. So she's like, do you want to know what sex it is? It's pretty obvious. And I'm like, I think I already know. She said, yeah, you'd have to be blind not to be able to see it. So, but yeah, he's just like his mother, which is why he's still living with her. But yeah, he's, I was super happy with him too. But yeah, he's definitely more like his mother, where my daughter is a lot like me. So yeah. But yeah, April Fool's baby, that would be pretty good. Well, hopefully you guys didn't have a whole lot of things bought for girls and then find out it's a boy. See, that's the other reason I really didn't want to know, because you just never know, right? Plus my ex, she's 8 years older than me, and so in her case, there was a big risk, especially with my son. So yeah, we had quite a bit. Yeah, yeah, because they usually do the baby shower before they're born, and yeah, so yeah, that's all right. For those first couple years, they never know anyway, right? They're not going to remember that, especially with the second one. The I know we had like a ton of pictures of my daughter, and then my son, there's like no pictures of, like none. Like his baby picture, and then I think when he turned 10, and he's like, "How come there's no pictures of me?" I'm like, "Yeah, we got over that with your sister, It's like, like we took a picture of everything she did. Of course, that was the other thing. He, since there was 5 years between them, she pretty much did everything for him. She was a huge help, but she was also a huge a stunt to his growth because he didn't talk. I mean, he was born in August, and so he actually didn't start school till just before kindergarten, until just before he turned 6, and he didn't start talking until right before he started kindergarten. I mean, we were afraid he was going to start kindergarten without talking, and they were like, "Yeah," and they actually told us, he can't start talking. He can't start kindergarten unless he's at least talking. And so his sister, though, I mean, anytime he wanted something, his sister would say, "Oh, he's hungry," and so he didn't have to talk. She took care of everything for him. Oh, he wants to be in his seat. He had this bouncy seat, and anytime we took him out of that, he would just scream bloody murder. He just loved to be in that bouncy seat. He would sit in that bouncy seat and bounce all day long. Just bounce, 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 bounce. Throw his toys, and his sister would bring him back. She was like his dog. And so she would fetch him and bring him back. He would throw him again. And so yeah, he had her trained really well. And so yeah, he never had to talk. He never had to do anything. So, but yeah, we were really worried because he didn't start talking. And it was literally like, I want to say like a week or two before he started school, because we were afraid he wasn't going to be able to start. And he started talking. We're just like, oh, thank God, because they were like, yeah, he can't start school unless he talks. And I'm like, well, I mean, even if he starts talking now, he's not going to talk very well, But we called him the turtle because he was pretty. He's not like his mom. His mom was very what's the word? Excitable, and he's not. He is just very even keeled, which I'm excitable as well. So I really don't know where he gets it from. But he is very even keeled. Never got bothered by anything. Never got upset. The only time he got upset, he doesn't like being the center of attention. So anytime we had a birthday party for him, he would get very upset. He doesn't like being the center of attention. So we couldn't have birthday parties for him. He got invited to everybody else's birthday party, which he loved to go to birthday parties, but he wouldn't do any of his own. So, where my daughter was the exact opposite. We didn't have a birthday party for her. She was super upset. But yeah, they're like exact opposites. She was a terror. Oh, as a kid, as a young child, as an infant. Oh my goodness, she just wouldn't. Ugh, she wouldn't do nothing. I had so much trouble getting to sleep. I had to rock her to sleep every single night. And if I fell asleep with her in my arms, and I stopped rocking because I fell asleep, she'd wake up and start screaming. So yeah, I got to where I was rocking in my sleep. He was the exact opposite. He was like, he'd sleep no matter what. So it was kind of weird because I knew when my daughter was born that I had made a mistake with the wife. Everybody says, "Why'd you have a second kid?" I'm like, well, when you're married to somebody and you're faithful to them, and you know you've made a mistake, and she offers. So, but yeah, it was one of those where we were kind of afraid of having a second kid because our daughter was such a terror as an infant. She turned out to be a good kid, but he was the exact opposite. He was a cakewalk. He ate everything we put in front of him. She wouldn't eat nothing. She was so picky. Weird, when he got older, he got very picky. But as a baby, he'd eat everything. He slept, yeah. It was funny. Just how drastically different they were. So that's why I tell everybody just thinking about having a second one. They're like, I don't know. We had such a hard time, or they want to have a second one because it was so easy. The first one was so easy. Oh, this was just a piece of cake. I'm like, yeah, you can't really count on that. Because both of mine, and I've heard from a lot of other people, they're drastically different. So, but yeah, it was funny. Now they're both grown and actually productive members of society. They're both working for a living and making money, so productive members of society. I'm not exactly happy with my son's choices, but he made a deal with his mother, the devil, and he has to live with it. So tried to talk him out of it, but yeah. Teach them right from wrong, teach them to be productive members of society, and let them make their own mistakes. So, yeah. But yeah, my daughter, I'm very proud of both of them. My daughter, she's a go-getter, especially having a kid so early. That's a hard patch to hoe. So she did it very well. So very proud of her. So, and yeah, so my granddaughter's going to be 15 in August. Good God. Which is just kind of crazy. So I just realized you guys are watching Kragan, where I'm flying here with this Megathron with Falstaff, and you guys are watching Kragan. That was anticlimactic. Sorry about that. I'm not sure if Cherry Can's still there or not. He might have fallen asleep. No, it looks like he's still mining. Reagan's hold filled up, so I gotta go empty him out.
Active.
Yeah, what else? At least we didn't paint the room pink. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, well, paint's easy, so that probably wouldn't have been too bad. Paint's easy. Explaining to them why all their pictures they have dresses on for the first, 2 years of their life, that's a little harder, so. Still here but lurking, so tired from the day's activities for Easter, then the 5-hour drive. I'm sorry, Jackson. Are you going to be here tonight for the mining event? It's okay if you're not. I understand you might not be able to make it. So. Ooh, where'd the fleet go? Social fleet. There it is. Somehow I closed it. Didn't mean to do that. Nodding off. Yep, I understand. Believe me.
Warp drive active.
Like I said, it's weird. I didn't sleep well last night, but I haven't yawned. I think I only yawned once, so hopefully at least the first few hours of work's not too brutal. Okay, cool. Like I said, we understand you got a lot going on. So speaking of that, how's mom doing? How's your brother doing? How's your sister doing? You know, I feel invested in your family, so I need to hear how they're doing. So, mom, is she enjoying the new place? Are they taking care of her? Are they taking good care of her? That's a big deal since we're closed today. Tomorrow's up in the air. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's always a crapshoot. Oh, ad started. Sorry about that. All right, we got the Megathron back.
Drive active.
Let me check and see if there's a, heaven forbid, if there's an event site. There is not. Drone cluster. Alrighty. Actually, we should be able to check here. We go to agency, encounters, Cavalier Day, enter a wreckaging forge site, high security space. This challenge is suitable for capsules flying solo. That's me. So sleeper forge site. Sleeper forge site. Okay, so then can I find a sleeper forge site? So I don't know how to find a sleeper forge site. Because those ones shouldn't have to. Yeah, let's check here. Maybe it's here. Drone cluster, drone gathering, Serpentis, Reckoning, Sleeper Foundry. So that says that's low sec. Crisis Field Rescue. Don't know what that is. Serpentis Refuge. Unknown. Good golly, 13 anomalies in the system. That might be worth it. Unknown. 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 So yeah, normally you don't have to scan down the combat anomalies, so those are going to be something else. So it looks like all the combat ones are disappearing, so. Mom restarted therapy, that's helping, but she's very tired when we get down to see her. I imagine, yeah, that's got to take a lot out of her. So, my older sister is still a POS. Yep. Caused unnecessary drama today. Normal. That's one of the problems with family events. Is it's always some unnecessary drama. Stock.
Docking permission requested. Docking
Brother is still
request
living with
accepted.
younger sister because his house search is dragging on. Makes sense. Other than that, SSDD. What's SSDD? Yeah. I started in Ominair and sent MRs my desto and selected safer route and been running sites as I find them. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I haven't found any, so. But I've got a ship here now if we find them. So. But let's I forgot to trade. trade the Helios back. So let's dock up. And we'll trade the Helios back. Same shit, different day. Ah, thank you. I thought it's something I should know. I don't know why I was spacing it there for a second. Thank you. So, but yes, the, what was I saying? Yeah, so I'm glad to hear mom's, stuff is working better. Therapy. Mom's therapy is working better, so. But yeah, that would probably tire her out. Or you have to go and look for them and might have to do some traveling. Yeah, that's what I figured. So I'm going to go ahead and scan some of these down because maybe some of them will be relic sites and I can at least do those. So at least get some of those under my belt. Trade to Falstaff. Let's give him the Helios. And then he can carry on with that. All right, let's board that. Let's turn this on. I gotta figure out what the difference is between him and Kragan so I can get their stuff set, right? So let's go back out here and finish mining. It could be looking for relic sites, but scanning means scanning SIGs that might not be relic sites, whereas you saw it's either the correct combat site or it isn't. Yeah. Yeah, it was weird because they showed in the thing, it showed combat sites. But I was like, okay, where the hell did it go again? There it is. Okay, cool. See, I'm pretty sure I minimized it. I'll get out here and get Kragan's mining again, but yeah. Yeah, because it said unknown combat site, unknown signature combat site. And I'm like, well, it doesn't know for sure that it's a combat site, so yeah, so that's why I figure at least with the relic sites you got to scan those down, so that's a little bit more. So, okay, cool. Yeah, I think these were all 2 jumps, so that might explain it. So, okay, so maybe I'll just jump that way and see what's going on. Alrighty. All right. And then I can at least scan some relic sites and nothing else. So we scanned to one here. Doesn't say anything. All right, Billy. Bear Eye. So let's go to Bear Eye.
Warp drive active.
Actually, no, let me look here. What was I looking at? Exploration, combat anomalies. So I'm looking specifically for combat anomalies. I go to cosmic signatures. Yeah, that one I've already scanned down. This one has 1. So maybe we'll try it, see what it is, because it might be a data site. That one's a wormhole.
Warp drive active.
Crisis field rescue object. Salvage wreckage from an Empire assault on a drifter facility to locate and rescue survivors. Recommended fleet at least 3. Okay. Yeah, T1 frigates and destroyers. Teamwork is essential. I think I did a couple of those. Thank you. Yeah, I think we did those with blue-gray. So yeah, I do remember those. Thank you. Abyssal artifact. All right, so let's do these guys. And maybe we'll get lucky. What ended up in my thing? That's weird. Grab a couple people, he might be better off running those sites. Yeah. That's what we did. That was where the Punisher came in, is I think we did 3 Punishers. Here's a relic site. And so yeah, that worked out pretty good. And they weren't too bad. They were okay. We made a lot of money. Let's scan this one down, see if I can do it quick before anybody else shows up. Slow progress is better than no progress. Yep, the high sec used to be 15 minutes. Yep, so, yep.
Warp drive active.
Let's see. Relic analyzer. Need to upgrade my relic analyzer. Loot. There we go. Oh, looks like somebody's already here. Yep. Somebody's already working on it. Damn it. That's what I get. I am in a Mar. Don't know if I can fit the ship. No, you're good, Blue-Gray. Don't worry about it. I was just saying, it's okay. Yeah, he was the one that we did those rescue ones with before, so I think that's what he's referring to. It's not a problem, so. All good. All good. All good.
Warp drive active.
All right. So there's a couple here. Yeah. We'll see if maybe we'll get lucky. But yeah, it seems like I'm competing with everyone else, so. That's a wormhole. Both of them are wormholes. That's not going to do me any good. I really care about wormholes. in Barra at the moment. Once I reach Amar, I'll turn around and return to Omar. A ship that can carry drones would be good. Pew pew with your weapons and salvage with drones. There you go. Ooh. Yeah. Alright, there's those two. Alright, so let's see what's next. Bring her back up again. Unknown cosmic signature. Got both of those. Let's jump to this one.
Warp drive active.
It is 11:42 a.m. Yep. So you're doing the time difference correctly. Excellent job. You're the first one. You're the first one. I even have trouble sometimes. It's funny, I used to do it quite well from the other side. Now for some reason I can't do it from this side. Yesterday, like I said, was my daughter's birthday. 12 minutes in the past, yeah. But yesterday was my daughter's birthday, and so I was trying to figure it out. So I ended up calling her on Saturday night, because that was easier than trying to get her on Sunday, which was her birthday. So always disappears. All right, so let's do this. It is Monday morning here, yes. Yep. So yeah, so if you're on the East Coast, yeah, it's exactly 12 hours. And so at least until daylight savings time happens. So that is a combat site. The combat sites for the event we don't have to scan, so that must be a different combat site. Not an event combat site. Okay. I can check the other way. I forget the date line is in Asia. Yeah. It's not far from here, to be honest. So, Serpentis hideout. Yeah, so I guess it's when DST stops then. So yeah, it'll go to 13 hours for you. So yes, yep, Japan. Yep, Japan. Yeah, we're very close to Japan. We may be close to New Zealand as well, but we are very close to Japan. They're trying to end the issue. Yes. It has outlived its purpose, and I'm kind of upset that the U.S. hasn't gotten rid of it already. It's ridiculous. But somebody's making money off of it, which is why that it hasn't happened. So I don't know who or how, but I guarantee that's why it hasn't. is because somebody's making money off of it, and until that stops, they're not going to stop it. So, but yes, it'd be good if they did. We don't use it here in the Philippines. So, yep. Yeah, and there's quite a few places in America that are like that. So there's a place right outside of St. Louis that I cannot imagine if you live there. St. Louis actually does daylight savings time, but the place just outside of St. Louis does not. On the Illinois border, right outside. St. Louis is another one of those cities where part of it spans another state, Illinois, and they don't do it. And so yeah, it was kind of weird because it was like I can't imagine working in St. Louis and living in what they call East St. Louis, because it would be like a nightmare trying to figure out what time it is. But I guess you'd get used to it if that was the situation. It is a streetlight manufacturing conspiracy. Yeah, you know. Well, back in the day, it used to be the candle manufacturers were the ones that were behind it. Is because, you know, they all the wax came from them, and so, you know. But nowadays, it doesn't even seem to make sense. So, but they always try to blame it on the farmers, and the farmers are kind of like, you know what? We get up whenever the sun comes up. We don't care. You know what time the clock says. We get up when the sun gets up. That's kind of the way it is here. So yeah, and that makes sense, Caviar. So I guess it's still a change. It's just a matter of, you know, how you handle the change. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. So wasn't farmers, but it meant the day started sooner for everyone else. Yep. Yeah, and it is weird here. There's another combat site. It is weird here because they pretty much work with the sun no matter what. But daylight comes very quickly here. It goes from looking like daylight to being full daylight in less than 5 minutes. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The only thing I can think of is because we're so close to the border or the equator, and so I blame Thomas and Edison for wanting to sell more light bulbs at the cost of everyone resting better. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, so these are all some more combat sites, but not giving me what I want. All the event sites seems to be disappearing. So go figure, right? Bear Eye we've been to. Let's jump to this one.
Warp drive active.
Try one more. I mean, we got time. But yeah, I had told everyone last year that it was eliminated because I had heard that it was. And I guess it was voted in by the House, but then when it went to the Senate, they rejected it. And so, but it was weird because I was like, and so I was fully expecting it not to, you know, not to be happening. And then when my company said, hey, it's daylight savings time this weekend, I'm like, what? I thought we got rid of that. I'm like, oh no, they didn't get rid of that. Omega, what's up, buddy? Good to see ya. Thanks for being here. Yeah, as I stare at my computer screen at midnight. Yeah. Good to see ya. Yeah, happy Easter. Happy Easter. See if we get lucky here. Maybe we'll get one. Like I said, this is what I remember from the other one. Just got back home a few hours ago. Traffic sucks. Yeah, going and coming, I bet. I bet, especially on a holiday weekend. And especially now everybody's trying to get back because everybody's got to work tomorrow. The wormhole. Not that I usually mind wormholes, but not what I'm looking for today. Yeah, not everybody. Yeah, yeah. I haven't left that. Well, I should say I took my walk today, but I haven't left the house in over a week, I think. So yeah, so other than my walk today, the wife has been to Manila and all over, but not me, which I am perfectly content with. That's what she asked me. She said, "Are you upset you're staying home?" I'm like, "No, why would I be upset?" Well, it would be fine on Thursday. Had a school bus not over. Oh, man. That sucks. Sucks for the school bus and sucks for everybody behind the school bus. Yeah, what a mess. Hopefully no one was hurt. That sucks. Come on, give me one relic site, please. No deaths reported. 11 plus injured. Ouch. Well, it makes sense if it overturned. Yeah, but thank goodness no deaths. It's gone? No, it's not gone. That's weird. It's giving me trouble. Why are you giving me trouble? Tire blew. Oh, man. Yeah, that. It's hard enough to find school bus drivers as it is. There, it's a data site. It's not a relic site. You know what? Let's go ahead and do it. Let's get something out of it. Let's get something out of my trouble. I-77 between Charlotte, North Carolina, and Columbus, South Carolina has 2 lanes in both directions. Detours like crazy. Yeah, I bet. Probably all the road construction. Now that winter's over, they're starting all that road construction, and it's like, what the heck? Somebody's already here. Good God Almighty. How am I always late to the party?
Warp drive active.
Always late to the party. Which should have been a 5-hour turned into 9 hours. Yeah, I bet. I figured it would be crap today since I left around lunch instead of 6 a.m. this morning. Yeah, but then again, it probably wouldn't have mattered. Law of averages. Somebody else that left at 6 a.m. would have probably flipped over and did something, so. Let's go back here.
Warp drive active.
There's only 4 people here. Am I always a day late and $1 short? Well, barring an accident, yeah. That's what always happens with me, is every time I do it, there's some other accident. And when you get down to it, they're like, yeah, we left at 6 to avoid all the problems and then had an accident. Like, down to 3. Alright. Huh. I already scanned these. Why didn't it show me that I had already scanned them? I tell you. The other ones always show me. Bear, I know I've already scanned. Mormon, I just scanned. Trelesi. I don't think I've been to Trelesi yet. Let's do this one.
Warp drive.
Not that it's gonna matter. But well, Barnett, sites cherry picked. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's not that many people in system, so I was thinking that, you know, I might be okay, but I finally found actually a data site, which I was happy just to, okay, I'll just do the data site. Oh my goodness, my rear end. And somebody was already doing it too, so I was like, I haven't found a single event site. So
Warp drive active.
so yeah, so that's kind of yeah. Well, and that's the problem with this event thing is the last one I actually waited and started doing it right towards the end, and I had a lot more success, and I think that's what I need to do this time. But you know, unfortunately, then you get into the rush mode of you only got so much time, so now we got to rush to get them done. Not that it was a huge problem, but because once everybody else has already done it, then the sites are always available. So I'll leave them for you, Omega. There you go. Yeah. Goodness, I was way off. Maybe I'm just too slow scanning. I don't know. They also don't seem to respawn very much. That's a combat site and a wormhole. Neither of which do I want. Maybe that's my other problem. Is I keep scanning them down, even though they're not what I want. Of course, if I don't, then I'll come back here again and scan them down and find out, oh crap, I already did it. I guess Papa Chillin left Eve online for good. He was streaming Eve hardcore and been away for a while. Yeah, I noticed that too. And I'm not sure why. I've been meaning to ask him. I was actually watching him yesterday in one of the other games he was playing. And was going to ask him if he was going back to Eve. Somebody else, I think, asked him and he didn't answer it. So, but yeah, I don't know what's going on. He left the standing Eve Corp. Okay. All right. Go hard trying to beat it and lose inspiration. Yeah, probably burn out as many do. Yeah. It's happened to us all at one time or another, but still. It's one of those where usually I can understand doing something else for a little bit and maybe only doing, you know, Eve once in a while. But to leave it completely, so yeah, there's no beating it. Exactly. Eve is like laundry, not a race you finished. Exactly. Perfect example. Deep flow rift. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not one you're ever gonna win. So it's not possible to win. So Barai, Ornitel, we already did. Ace, I don't think I did this one. I don't know, maybe I did. We'll see.
Warp drive.
I don't know why it's not showing me in here when I scan them down. It used to. Maybe I need to go out and come back in. No, I didn't do them yet. All right.
Warp drive active.
There you go. Yeah. Like I said, it's just such a pain trying to track down these sites and not finding any. Just because they're all being cherry picked. But, you know, what do you expect? If I find one, I'm going to try and cherry pick it. So, you know, gotta make sense. This is why I said scanning for relics might be a pain. Yeah, you did. You did. But I haven't found a single combat site yet, though this one looks like it might be one. Though I think it's one of the group ones, not the solo one. We need a place like a zone or arena that features these sites. There you go. The event got that right with crisis systems. You could just go to get a messy in. Yep. Yep. Agreed. Better to fly 30 jumps through high site and keep an eye on the agency combat window site. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably right. I think it's gonna find it. Yep. I figured as much. I figured may as well take a chance. Of course, now if it's a relic site and I miss it by 2 minutes, I'll be pissed. Nope, it's a wormhole. Imagine that. It's funny. Days I'm looking for wormholes, I can't find a single one. Days I'm looking for relic sites, I find 20 wormholes. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. So there's Crisis Deathleg. Alright. Let's see. Indoor, 3 signatures. I don't think I've been there yet. I've flown from Omar to Placid region, then from there up to Metropolis looking for site and get a few. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to try that next.
Warp drive active.
Abyssal, stabilize rift, cosmic signal. Yeah, we'll see. Not so bad in a cruiser versus a battleship. Yeah, the cruiser moves a little bit better. Battleship takes forever. But even then, that's not too bad. Need to work on my Pi also, as it burns some capital component by PCs. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I need to work on my planetary as well. I haven't done anything with it in quite a while. I probably need to rework them all. But that's a lot of work. I don't know, half plan's still probably better than anybody else. The freaking wormhole, man. If I was looking for wormholes, I wouldn't be able to find any. Good God, this station time for Craig, and oh yeah, he's sitting there, yeah, all full up. Makes sense. There's another combat site, so let's check this one out. All right. Thanks, Jerry Can. Leave it to me not to pay attention. That's the problem with scanning, is I'm too focused on scanning and not paying attention to my alt working in the background. I have both the screens here, so I should be able to see him, but not really paying attention. Every once in a while, another combat site. Damn it. I don't know if I'm just unlucky. I mean, I haven't even seen a relic site. If I at least saw one and somebody stole it out from under me, I could understand, but this one's just kind of ridiculous. Observatory infiltration. So that's one of the ones they mentioned. Deep flow rift. Let me check that out. Observatory infiltration. What did that say? The probe scanners needed to locate this site. Relic analyzers need to complete the challenge suitable for capsules flying solo. Hey, let's do it. Awesome sauce. I found one. Now let's see if anybody's already here.
Warp drive active.
Probably. Need tractor beams for the deep flow. Okay. Yeah, I don't have tractor beams. Activate the gate. Ah, sight is restricted. Seriously? It said I need a relic scanner. So why wouldn't a scan ship be on the list? Well, that freaking sucks. Relic analyzer to get what you can. This is a frigate. Oh, Astero's fine, but not a... Seriously? Freaking sucks. And not a Helios. Well, that freaking sucks. That's a tech. What are you in? I'm in a Helios. It's a tech 2. Yeah. But Astero's a tech 2. No, Astero's not a tech 2. It's just it's a faction. So yeah, so no tech 2s. Faction is okay, but no tech 2s. Damn it. Well, that frickin' sucks. So even when I finally do track one down, I can't do it. Take care, Mega. Thanks again. Mining tomorrow. Yes, we are. We are. Blue Gray will be mining tomorrow. And thanks, Blue Gray. Appreciate it. Always enjoy the peaceful weeks. Actually, I'm retired now, so all weeks are peaceful. So it doesn't really feel like retirement yet. It still feels like a vacation, but right now it's 12:14 p.m. So, oh, the time for the mining event. So that'll be about 9 hours from now. So, no. That's not correct. That's not correct. It'll be, yeah, so 3 hours less than now. So 9:30 a.m. my time. So whatever time it is where you're at, subtract 3 hours and add a day. So, sorry. So it would be 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 Mountain Time. Yeah. So, and 6:30 if you're on the West Coast. So yeah, I'm starting an hour earlier than I used to. So in order to give people more of a chance to, some of the East Coasters more of a chance to be able to join. So what's this guy? I got somebody here, and what's he in? He's in Spitfire. Show info. Heavy assault cruiser. He's not going to be able to go in either. So, all right. So at least I'm not the only one. All right. Okay. So, nope, let's go back. That would be nice. You can duo stream. There you go. Oh, there you go. Even better. Yep. Let's just say you have your Wheaties and we get going early. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it is a little different doing it in the morning rather than at night. So, taking me some time to get used to that. So, all right. So, let's go back to Kragan. We docked him, but then we never undocked him. So. Excuse me. Good old Jerry Can's still out there mining.
Warp drive active.
Oh, there's a new signature. Living life in the Philippines. Good to see you, brother. Saviek, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I am enjoying my retirement. Like I said, it doesn't feel like retirement yet, but I am enjoying it. And I am definitely relaxing. And for some reason, the wife is completely okay with me streaming more often. I don't know why. So, but I'm not going to question it. I'm going to accept it and move on. Anytime I question her motives, then that always gets me in trouble. So. This way, I'll just reap the benefits. Just reap the benefits. So yeah, I'm going to go from 4 days streaming to 5. That's the plan. And try to do a little bit longer. I used to do about 3 hours before since I was working. So we'll try to do 4 hours now. At least 4 hours. And make more of a day of it, or half a day of it. So there's a relic site. Now I don't know if that's actually a event site. Probably not, but let's try. No, I think that's a regular relic site. But either way, I'd be happy to do it. Get something out of today. $56. Excellent. What do you want to bet somebody's already here? We'll see. But yeah, Saviek, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. We are enjoying it. Like I said, the heat's a little bit much, but kind of getting to that point where we'll see how that works. So actually no one here. Sure why, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Oh, rear insert. Kickin', thanks for the subscription. Appreciate it. And yep, he's back. He's back. How does it, yeah, that's weird. How did it, Is this guy gonna try and steal it from me? No, he went the other way. That's weird. Sleeper protocol. Lock. Alright, you look a little better, Bond. Morning versus night. Maybe. I was just telling these guys I didn't sleep well last night, but ironically, I haven't been yawning that much. So it seems to be working. So, but yes, kind of strange. But yeah, we'll see how it works out. I appreciate it. Like you have more energy. Yeah, the daylight probably helps, but the daylight probably helps a little bit, if nothing else. Uh-oh, something blew up. What the heck blew up? Blew up. Alright. So not bad. I probably didn't do the more sleeper relics hack. Yeah, well, see, I should have. I wasn't claiming them. They're always behind the thing. He looks happier. Thanks. I appreciate it. Took a little chair nap. I can understand that. I'm doing a lot of that. So. Alright. So let's unlock this. And let's see if there's anything new. Nothing new. All right. So let's go to the next one. So that worked out. Unfortunately, I didn't claim the things in the way I should have, or I would have got all three. So that was stupid. I knew that was going to happen. So knew that was going to happen. But thanks, Kickin'. Thanks, Blue Gray. Appreciate it. I think I feel happier. I'm happy to be retired. I'm happy to not be working anymore. And so, okay, as silly as that sounds, work was really starting to really bugged me. And so I'm happy that that's over with. So field rescue, that's the other one. Okay, so let's jump to Eugene. And I bet happy the travel's done. Oh, super happy the travel is done. Oh my lord, that was such a, ugh, that was such a stress. Yeah, that was such a stress. That was just ridiculous. I still honestly can't believe that it worked out as easy as it did. So, thank God that it did. Poor Abigail, you know. Poor kid didn't go to the bathroom for 36 hours. So, then when she finally did, it was like the floodgates broke open, and so it was like, holy cow. Let's do this. Oh, of course it is.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so maybe we're getting lucky now. Maybe somehow we just got in the right sequence. Kind of like Caviar was saying, just fly around. Oof. Combat site's not what I'm looking for. Drone cluster, drone gathering. Unstable wormhole. But yeah, the travel. I mean, she made the weight. Abigail made the weight. Our bags all made the weight. I mean, the night before we were really struggling to see if our bags were going to make the weight. And it was kind of nice when it all just worked out. So all just worked out. That was such a relief. Just such a relief. So, all right, let's see what we got here. Let's go to agency, exploration, cosmic signatures. So Euphene, we got those. I think we've been here yet. Jump, 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 jump.
Drive active.
But yeah. And Abigail's starting to get used to the place now, so she's starting to go to the bathroom on a regular schedule again. So it's funny. People here don't take their dogs out. I don't know why. They seem like they just let their dogs go in the house, which I'm like, yeah, oh, that's not going to work for us. And so it's funny. So I'm the only one who walks the dog outside. And so everybody's always staring at me. There's some people doing some construction work across the street, and they're always staring at me like, why is he walking that dog? And it's like, but of course she's been trained to go outside, so she won't go in the house. She'll actually hold it until she can't hold it anymore, and then she'll get uncomfortable. And so it's kind of like, okay, well, you know, she tells me she needs to go outside, so I take her outside. But yeah, so it's kind of funny. Different cultures, they just have the dogs go in the house. They have special area in the house where they have the dog go, and then they clean it up. And I'm like, okay, well, that's just, yeah. They said, unfortunately, she's been trained to go outside, so to break her of that training is going to be harder than to just, you know, take her out. So So yeah, so it's been funny. Because I'm the only one in the whole neighborhood walking the dog outside. Like, oh well. They've all got dogs, but none of them take them outside. I'm like, there's that weird American taking his dog outside again. Plus it gets me some sun, which I can always use. The last, our checkup right before we left said our vitamin D was down. I was like, so I said, well, that should be solved once we move. So that should not be a problem. I think vitamin D is going to be something we're going to probably have in excess. They keep saying it's going to rain here. We've been here a week and a half now. Hasn't rained yet. They keep saying every day it's going to rain. So yeah, so I just take a bag I put on my hand and then grab it and then turn the bag inside out. Works out really well. Problem is they don't sell bags here. So I'm not sure what's going to happen when I run out of bags. I've got a ton of them. But it's one of those where I'm going to have to find another alternative. So because they don't really sell bags here because none of them take their dogs out. So yeah. So yeah. Oh, it will. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, the little things. It was like things you don't really think about. Like, never really thought that being a problem. So. Take a shovel and bury it then. Yeah, that might be the other option. Though the ground, because it's so dry here, the ground is so hard. So, but yeah, so. What's this one? Dreadasaw. It's a home front. Okay. All right. What's next? Bear Eye, Atlantis. We've already been. It's got 4 unknown signatures. I think we've. I don't know if we've been there. Let's jump there.
Warp drive active.
All right. Let's try. But yeah. It's been kind of funny because it's like. Crazy American taking his dog outside. I mean, what an idiot. I'm like, my sister-in-law was kind of like, why don't you just let her go in the house? I'm like, she won't go in the house. We've trained her not to go in the house. And so breaking her of that, it's like, you can't, hey, it's okay now. You can go in the house now. I said, if she was younger, maybe. But I said, yeah. But yeah, it's kind of funny. All right, 4 signatures. Surely one of them should be something I'm looking for.
Warp drive active.
Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. But yeah, it's just it's just incredible the difference, in when my wife and I first got together, I didn't have a cell phone, and I worked for a tech company and I didn't have a cell phone. I had a pager is how they got a hold of me to do my support work. And so it was kind of funny because it was like, and she comes from a very, very poor family. And so she called me at Christmas time from her cell phone, and she paid for extra load to be able to call me in America. And of course she pulled that, hey, who is this? Well, I was dating her and somebody else at the same time. And so of course I guessed the other one because she was more well off, came from a more a better off family. And so of course that was a big faux pas because no, it wasn't. But it's like, well, I would have never expected you to have a cell phone. I don't have a cell phone, and I'm in America. And she's like, everybody here has a cell phone. Even the trash man has a cell phone. And I'm like, so the trash man in the Philippines has a cell phone when I don't even have a cell phone. And so, this was 20 years ago. But it was funny. It was just like, you know, the difference in culture. It's a poor culture, but it's all about priorities, you know, and it was a priority for all of them to have a cell phone. And so I thought, well, that's kind of interesting, you know. That was my first one, so should ask her if it's okay for you to find a corner in her house and do the same then. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it was kind of funny because it was just like such a difference in culture. Communication. Yep. Yep. And so, but yeah, it took me a while to dig myself out of that hole. So, because of course I gets the other one because she came from a more well-off family. So I thought, okay, well, if anybody, in my head, I'm doing the numbers. Okay, well, if anybody's gonna be able to afford the cell phone and call me and the load to call me in America, it would probably be this one. Wrong. So yeah, that was a big hit. But, you know, what are you going to do? We survived. Turns out the other one that I was dating was crazy, so that didn't work out. So first time I saw someone using a Bluetooth earpiece 20 plus years ago, I thought they were talking to themselves. Yep, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so it always makes you wonder, like, we all have differences. But yeah, so now this one, the difference in culture, just letting the dog crap in the house. I'm like, what? First of all, it usually smells really bad. But you know, everything they have here is tile. So from that perspective, you know, they don't ever do carpet. And so I guess from that perspective it is pretty easy to clean up, but still, it's like, but they also leave their dogs a lot longer. So, you know, like Abigail, we never left her for more than 8 to 10 hours. And so it was always like that. We always made sure we were home in that period of time, where here it takes so long to get everywhere that sometimes you can't be home in 8 to 10 hours. And so I'm like, okay, well, I guess that makes sense. But still, but having been an electronics tech, as soon as I saw it, I figured out what was going on. Yeah. Well, especially when you're looking at the guy strange, like, what's going on with you, buddy? Yeah. I still remember that one. I was like, how the hell would I know that you had a cell phone? Everybody here has a cell phone. I'm like, everybody there has a cell phone? I don't have a cell phone. Yeah, I was still using a pager. He said, everybody here has a cell phone, even the trash man. Like, that's the lowest form of life, the trash man. And honestly, the trash men in America make more money than most of the McDonald's workers, for crying out loud. The trash man, yeah, he's doing pretty good. Nobody wants that job. A lot of unstable wormholes. All right, what's next? Azure. I think I've been there yet.
Warp drive active.
I never looked at people strange but wondered why they were walking around talking. Yeah. Well, and I'm one of those, I talk to myself. So it probably wouldn't have caught me as strange. But they said it's also funny. The crazy people don't realize that they're just like the other one. They say, look at that guy over there talking to himself. What an idiot. And of course, you're talking to yourself saying, look at that guy over there. What's up, Blitz? Good to see you, buddy. I'm officially moved. We are in the Philippines. Living the retired life. Living the dream. Living the dream. Like I said, I don't think it's really... It did go very well. I stressed about it a lot, and I don't know if that's why it went so well, but it did go very well. Thank God. Because yeah, if there were several places where if it had gone wrong, I didn't know what I was going to do. So, but it did go very well. So we were very blessed. So yeah, so that was a huge load off. That was one we were really worried about. Especially we brought our dog with us, so that was the one we were worried about, was getting the dog here safely. And she did arrive safely, and she's doing very well. She's adjusting to the heat just like I am. My asteroid's done. Thanks, Jerry Can. I'm so glad you're watching out for me. Otherwise, I'd be completely worthless. Completely worthless. That'd be completely worthless. Thanks, Jerry Can. You're awesome. I'm multitasking, but I'm not doing it very well. So, but Blitz, it's good to see you. How are things going with you? How's all those kids? Ooh, another combat site. Level 2. Doing well. Excellent. Excellent. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. They grow up so fast. Get lots and lots of pictures. We were just talking earlier. My daughter turned 32 yesterday, and my son will turn 27 in August, and my granddaughter will turn 15 in August. So yeah, season is picking up at the course, working a bunch now. Yeah, and that always makes it hard. You got to be able to provide for them. So appreciate that you're such a fantastic dad. So that's not always a given nowadays, but appreciate you're such a fantastic dad. So don't think I did this one yet. 4 signatures. Let's jump there. See what we find.
Active.
But yeah, the move went well. And unfortunately, I don't have my desk yet, so I'm a little closer to the camera than I normally am, so I apologize for that. But you guys are getting up close and personal. I don't have any mirrors in my house, so I haven't been able to shave yet. I think that'll get solved today. The mirrors are bought, they just haven't been installed yet. So, baby daddy blitzed, yeah, he is. Yep.
Warp drive active.
Scanning these down. Good golly, they're large. All right. For the intimate Palm Jr. experience live from the Philippines. Yeah, if you guys could see this desk is the smallest thing I have ever worked on. And yeah, it's kind of amazing. I have both my monitors on it, but they're kind of in a V because I have widescreen monitors and I can't fit them long ways. So they're in a V and I'm kind of sitting in the middle of the V. So the fact that I was able to get the camera able to even catch me was kind of a miracle. But yeah, supposedly my desk is being handmade here by a carpenter here in the Philippines. And hopefully it'll be here sometime this week. So, but that's what they told me last week, so I'm not holding my breath, but yeah, I'm super excited to get it because I think it's gonna be awesome. And so that's what I'm looking forward to. So the chair is awesome. So I can't imagine what the desk is gonna look like. They did such a great job on the chair. I'm super excited to see the desk. So. But yeah, we'll see. That's my next big event, is getting the desk. Once I get that, I don't know what else I'll have to look forward to once I get the desk. Yeah, once I get the desk, I think then it'll be a little bit, it'll be interesting, because I don't know what else I'll look forward to at that point. But yes, happy Easter to any of you that are still on Easter. I think most of you, actually no, if you're in central United States or further west, you're still enjoying Easter. So I am already in Monday here, and actually already halfway through Monday. So it's almost 1 p.m. Monday afternoon here in the Philippines. So yeah, so a little bit different. But definitely enjoying it. I told some of my friends back in Kansas City that if they wanted to and they felt brave, we could try and do the lottery numbers. See if we can pull that off. I'd give them the lottery numbers, have them play them, since I'm in the future. A couple of them didn't get it, but I don't have very smart friends in Kansas City, it seems, but told them they had to split it with me. That was the only deal. You got to split it with me. So. You know who I haven't seen? I haven't seen RavenGalactic. Hopefully he's okay. He's normally a lurker, but I haven't seen him. Hoping he's doing okay. Oh, I need to reach out to him through Discord. Another combat site. Serpentis Hideout. Crisis Observatory. That's the other one we found. But we gotta use a different ship for that. Alright. Let's go up here. You'll see everyone by next week when they see you back, I'm sure. Yep. Yeah, RavenGalactic was he was always a lurker anyway. He was always busy working. So, but yeah, it'd be good to see. We got Marverick was on. So that was good. He's in Colorado too, I think. And of course we saw Jackson and Blossom. So another wormhole. I tell you, I found more wormholes today than I probably found the last 2 months. Yep, Marverick's still there, good to go. Jackson has been around, yep. And I think he said he's gonna try to be around tomorrow. So yep, Marverick's in Colorado. That's where Nick is from. The HogginHowe that was on earlier. He's one of my former co-workers. He's from Colorado as well. So yeah, still Easter there. For a few more minutes. Probably another hour, I think. Yeah, so this observatory, that one would work. So alright, let's see what's next. 1 more hour. Yep, that's what I thought. All right, 2 signatures here. Let's go ahead and jump to that one. Actually, 3 signatures here. Let's do that one.
Warp drive active.
See if we can find another one.
Warp drive active.
Lots of stuff. Check these out. Maybe we'll get lucky. If not, I'm getting better at the scanning, that's for sure. Nothing else. At least there's that. We had a raid from Autonomous earlier, so that was pretty cool. First raid I've had since I've been in the Philippines, so that's cool. I get to have all my milestones again. So, like I'm a new streamer. Your scanning has tightened up some. Yeah. That's one thing for doing it over and over again. Get a lot better at it. Get a lot better at it. See if I can get this one down. Probably not. I'm probably gonna have to expand it out. But yeah, a lot of practice. A lot of practice. Oh, it did work. Curious, this one's gonna be a tough one. A relic site. Ah, there we go. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. Imagine that. That's what we're looking for. Excellent. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and warp to this one, just so I don't lose it.
Warp drive active.
You seem to have constant sights. Are you in nullsec? Nope. No, I'm in highsec. I'm staying intentionally in highsec. I'm just looking through the agency one just to find the systems that have sites. Man. All right, where are we going? all the way around it. Not sure how I missed that. And nothing there. Let's do this one. So this is not considered a sleeper site. Well, that was easy. Carbon. Thanks for nothing. Thanks for nothing. Unlock. This is just a normal relic site. Dark Slider, what's up, buddy? Good to see ya. And this is why we cherry pick. Yep. This is exactly why we cherry pick. Stay close, stay close, stay close, stay close, stay close. Would have been on here, but was watching the hockey playoffs. I understand completely. I have been wanting to catch some of that myself. Take that. There she is. We still got one left. Woof, way out there. Are you doing just event sites or whatever you find on scans? Pretty much whatever I find on scans. So I want to do the event sites, but I haven't found very many. So, and Kragan is full. Thanks, Jerry Can. Kragan's pretty much always full. So I'll get him docked up and try to get him going. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, signature's gone. Signature's gone. So yeah, whatever that one was, somebody had already done it. All right, so let's see. So yeah, so I'm looking here in the site and looking at the next one. So here's got 2. This one's got 4, but I think I've already been to that one. I think. This one's got 5. I don't think I've been to it, so I'm going to jump to it. So yeah, whatever's within 1, kind of going to 1 and then scanning down whatever's there and going that way. So unfortunately, the observatory sites I can't do in my Helios. It only allows tier 1 frigates, which is kind of a letdown. I need to get an Astero. That's what I need to do, which I've needed to get for a while. Needed to replace my Astero and just haven't got around to it. So the bigger problem is remembering which systems I've been to, because sometimes I warp into the system and find out that I've already been here. So let's go Baron 20. All right.
Warp drive active.
Let's launch these guys. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Here. While that's working, we'll start scanning these down. Oh, it didn't work. I thought I launched it. What's going on? Oh, that's weird. Why is it not launching? Did I leave some somewhere? I'm missing some. Crap. I just left. I bet you I left them in the last system. Or did they already launch? Maybe they did launch. No, it's not here. Okay. Says they were launched, but where were they? Okay. So I just wasn't seeing them. I don't know what was going on. Maybe they were farther out. All right. But yes, I'm trying to do the event sites, but they're hard to come by. So I'm just kind of traveling from system to system and scanning stuff down. The problem is I chose the Helios, which was not such a good idea. So because when I find the observatory sites, it won't let me in them with the Helios. So that's been a problem. But because it's a tier 2 frigate, so. Let me get Kragan out here. Combat site. Let's do this one. It's good enough. Let's try it. But yeah, I'm kind of taking whatever I can get at this point. Wormhole. Which, as I mentioned before, I have found more wormholes today than I probably have any other time in the history of scanning. So, because I'm not doing wormholes today. I'm looking for wormholes, I can't find them. Sounds good. You should try them. Do you jump wormholes? I do. I do on occasion, like when I wanted to get my scanning, the dailies. One of the dailies was scan 5 signatures, so I jumped in the wormhole and scanned the 5 signatures because they've got tons of signatures in the wormhole. And so I did that just to get my daily, but I don't normally, I haven't in a while done anything with the wormholes. Sounds good. I'm getting on a grind a bit more before I fall asleep. Yep. Yeah, I think I'm almost done here. So we're approaching the 4-hour mark, so which is what I'm going to try and shoot for from now on. Appreciate you guys being here. And then we'll look for somebody to raid. So I saw in a 0.5 yesterday a pirate lookout in height 6 of Jasper Hammer. I immediately thought of fleet doing them. Yeah, that'd be good, but the problem is trying to keep the fleet safe. So there's an observatory, which I could do if I wasn't in this damn Helios. So that's kind of frustrating. But, so yeah, I'm going to have to switch probably just to a regular Amicus, but that's going to really cut things down. It's also going to make scanning take a lot longer. Because this Helios scans like the wind, which I like. That site, maybe another observatory. But yeah, I'm unfortunately I'm working on kind of a small desk, so that's a Serpentis. Okay. And so I'm working on a small desk, so I'm kind of up close and personal with the camera. So sorry about that. But my new custom-made desk should arrive sometime this week. Which is a common Filipino saying. Maybe this week. So we'll see. That's what they told me last week. So, but last week was Holy Week, where they don't work. So it's considered a full holiday. So yeah. So there's an observatory. Really wish I could do that. So yeah, we're gonna have to look into that, see maybe about how we're gonna do those in the future. So there's 3 signatures here. Let's try that one.
Warp drive active.
Camera looks fine, yeah. A little close, I think, but So yeah, once I get the custom desk and I can spread my monitors back out again like I had before, then that'll make things a little bit better. Plus I feel like I'm kind of cramped. I have the monitors in kind of a V because there's not enough room on the desk to put them side by side. I have widescreen monitors, and so yeah, so it's hard to get the camera in there without it causing some issues. So, but I was able to get it working, so that was good.
Warp drive active.
Oh, Kragen's out here sitting, not doing nothing. Of course he is. Of course he is. Alright, let's minimize you. Get back to Falstaff. There's his thing. It's got lots of signatures. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe. Maybe. If you have depth on your desk, you can stack your monitors. Yeah, I don't. Unfortunately. I was just going to say something, one on top of the other. Yeah, I thought about that. But then I think I would always be looking up. So, because yeah, that's the thing I have on the desk that I had in America. I had a shelf that the monitors went on, so that kind of kept everything above, which was kind of nice. And so the custom desk that they're building is supposed to have a shelf as well, which is another one of the things I'm curious about if it translated. So hopefully that's the case, because that should give me a little bit more of a upward trajectory. But yeah, I've never been a big one for the whole 6 monitor stack. You know, I think it's too hard to keep track of stuff that way. But I have enough trouble keeping track of the chat when it's right here in my face. So, where you can just have one on the right and one on the left and a split side like a chameleon. Yeah, that's what I'm doing here. Is one on the right, one on the left. The problem is there's not enough desk to really put them side by side, so they're kind of in a V. So I have to constantly turn, because I'm literally sitting between them, which is why I'm so close to the camera. So you guys just get the more, what did you say, the more intimate, you know, Bondar JR experience. So yeah, so that works out. More intimate experience. 6 is just right. Yeah, Kickin, I know Kickin's got 6, and I don't think I can keep track of 6. I've thought about getting a third one, but even then I'm kind of like, would I be able to keep track of a third one? You know, I have enough trouble watching 2, and so, but yeah, it's kind of interesting because that's one I had thought before leaving. We were wondering there for a bit of where we were going to get our money from to survive, and so I kind of held off on buying anything new. I was going to buy a new computer. I was going to, you know, do a whole bunch of stuff, and we were kind of like, you know what? And so then everything kind of came together, of course, at the last minute, but so it all worked out. Praise God. But it was kind of funny. So now I'm kind of kicking myself for not getting a new computer, for not getting the extra monitor, and so. But I think I can probably still work most of it out. So because I can still ship stuff from Amazon, it just takes longer. So most of the stuff I was going to get though wasn't going to be from Amazon, but you know, I'll work it out. I also have a mail service, and so I can send stuff to them and get that stuff sent here as well. And so that's kind of one that I'm looking at, is to see how that works out. I think that's going to be super expensive, but I can have them put everything all in one box and ship it all at once, which I think will probably work out better. But yeah, so that's one that we're kind of looking at. Plus, I want to try it out, see how it works. Planning to use it mostly for credit cards and things of that nature because I can't have those shipped here. So, Blue Gray, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again. And so yeah, the credit cards are kind of critical because they, not that I'm really using them, probably won't use them, but they're kind of emergency backups. And if they send me a new credit card, they won't. If they send it to the Philippines, which they would do, it will never arrive. Somebody will definitely realize that's what it is, and they will not deliver it, even though they can't use it. They'll still. And so yeah, so the service is for that, so that everything gets sent to the service, and then the service can package it together and send it in like a FedEx bag. That'll definitely get it here in a timely manner. So Mammo's Backy. I don't even know what that is. Metalimlo. All right. Well, that looks like it. So let me head back to Ufine since we're pretty far away now. Actually, not that far. And as we go back, we'll check to see if any new sites pop up. As if while we're here, we may as well scan them. So, but yeah, we're gonna have our normal Monday night. What was Monday night? It'll be Tuesday morning for me. But Monday night mining event. So yeah, feel free to join us for mining. We provide all the boost. We provide all the boost, all the compression. All you have to do is come and mine, and there is no charge. We do it all for free, just because we love you guys. So, and so yeah, so feel free to come out, mine some more. Start that industrialist inside of you if you want, or you can always sell it. We have several people. Blossom will definitely buy it for top dollar or semi-top dollar. And so yeah, so feel free to take advantage of that. Oh, there's one. Interference from the cloak, of course. Of course. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Wanted to change this one, not the other one. All right, so let's do planet.
Warp drive active.
Blue ice belt. Oh. Another wormhole. Another wormhole. Another wormhole. Another wormhole. Got that one. Atlantis, we were in before.
Warp drive active.
Check it out when we get there. Yeah, so that was not a new one. That was just one system I didn't go through because it only had one. I was going to the ones that had more signatures. Very good numbers. Yep, they're all done.
Warp drive active.
That mango one. So the blender's working good. One of the other appliances we bought was a blender. I'm sure that's what she used to make the mango. And that's working good. All scanned.
Warp drive active.
Appreciate it, Ken. Thanks for the mining. Appreciate it. Thanks for the boost. There is water in the corp hanger, so feel free to replace whatever you used with that. Try to keep that stocked. That's what it's for. So appreciate it. Oh, we haven't been in Ufine in a while, and there is another signature. Let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky. Last one. Last one.
Warp drive active.
Last one. Let's see what we can do. Last one. Data site. Well, heck yeah, we'll do a data site. Figures it would be the last one. Somebody else isn't already in there. Somebody else isn't already in there. What level? Level 2. Cool. Excellent.
Warp drive active.
All right, let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky. Only 5 people in systems, so we'll see. Ah, looks like I'm the first one. Gonna overshoot it. Oh man, look at that. Dead on. I couldn't do that again if I tried. Morty, thanks for the raid.
Open up!
I was just getting ready to get off, buddy. I'll hang out for a bit now since you just raided me. But good to see ya. Let's unlock this one. And let's do this one. Good to see you. Let me get your shout out here in a second. That's weird. How can they all be from one? There it is. All right. So yeah, good to see you, Morty. Double raid. Holy cow. Double raid. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I have to wait another minute and 32 seconds before I can give you your shout out, Anarckos. That's weird. There it is. I was like, doesn't make sense. All right. Excellent. Unlock. Unlock. All right. Let's dock. That was productive. It was the last one, but it was productive. Knowzzie, good to see you. eveparadise. Morty, good to see you. Pure coincidence. Rogue, Eddie Money, good to see you guys. Ugh, 9 more seconds. Really?
Docking permission requested.
9 more seconds.
Docking request accepted.
Taggy, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, I know. It's like 9 more seconds. All right, let's switch over here since we're doing some mining with our other guy. Let's switch over to him and we'll kill some more time. I was just getting ready to log off, but stay in here. We're working on the last one. So we'll finish up this last one. Morty wanted to know how the cardboard desk is holding up. Yeah, it's sturdy. It's just not nowhere near big enough. And this plastic chair is really doing a number on my rear end. It is really doing a number on my rear end. It's just, yeah, it's... So I'm very anxious for my desk to arrive. Maybe this week. Maybe this week. Which is a new Filipino saying. Maybe this week. Maybe this week. That's what they told me last week. Now they're saying this week. So, yeah. How's the cardboard desk? Yep. Is the AC working? Yes, the AC is working fantastic. So yes, that has proven very worthwhile. I'm so glad we had it installed early. It is beautiful in here. and really working out great. So, but yes, at least the AC works. So, but I was telling these guys earlier, I have my monitors like this because there's not enough space on the desk to put my two widescreen monitors side by side. So I'm like sitting in the V of my monitors and kind of. And so yeah, so it's a little, and it's everything's below me, so I can kind of feel like I'm hovering. But maybe this week, yeah, I hope so too. It's being custom made by a carpenter here in the Philippines, and he made me. If you check out my Discord, he made me a throne, like a Game of Thrones throne that my wife had ordered, and it looks fantastic. So if the desk looks even half as good, it's going to be awesome. But maybe tape two boxes together. Yeah, I thought about that. The problem is, like I said, this is sturdy, a little more sturdy than a cardboard desk. So yeah, if I put the boxes together, they're probably going to fall apart. So I definitely don't want one of my monitors to fall and get busted. They're not the lightest monitors because they're widescreen, 1920 monitors. So, but yes. So I'll definitely throw those out there. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. So we tried, as Morty knows, we tried multiple times to order a desk from Amazon and have it delivered to the Philippines. I was kind of a glutton for punishment. Kept thinking maybe this will work, and never quite worked. So yeah. So this one's being custom made. We had a tree on several trees on our property that we had cut down that are a rare wood, and so. Yeah, I'm gonna fill up here, jerry can, and then I'm gonna dock and call it a night, call it a day. But duct tape fixes everything. Yeah, so wifey for lifey, thanks for the follow. Pretty much appreciate it, and thanks for the gift subs. Gonna look up here to see who did that kick, and thanks for the gift subs. But yeah, so it's kind of, the duct tape would kind of work. But honestly, that was one thing we didn't bring from the Philippines. So was the duct tape, and so yeah, it was kind of weird. We got a lot of packing tape, but no duct tape. So Kickin does so much for the community. Yeah, he does. Above and beyond. So thanks for that, Kickin. Welcome to Uncle Bond's house. Yeah, there you go. Grandfather Bond, yeah. So, yeah, grandfather Bond. That's the only problem here with all this sun. I'm afraid my hair might even get brighter. So no taping ducks together for you. Exactly. Kickin, thanks for the gift subs. Awesome. Level 3 hype train. Way to go. But yeah, we did a bunch of exploring today, and I think we found one event relic site in all the systems we went through. So RavenGalactic, good to see you. Happy Easter. A couple of you are still celebrating Easter. I'm already over halfway through Monday. So it's 1:35 p.m. on Monday. And so, yeah, I'm halfway through Monday. But happy Easter to those of you still celebrating Easter. Like I said, if anybody wants to take me up on it, I only require half. But since I am in the future, I'm more than happy to give you the lottery numbers as long as you split it with me. So, Serpent Power, good to see you. I saw you've been out there streaming up a storm, so good to see you're keeping carrying me when I was away. So I appreciate it. Didn't know how to say that. So yeah, tomorrow night is our event. So tomorrow night's our mining event. So what? 17 hours from now? 17 hours? No. 19 hours? 18 hours? 18 hours from now, I think. Yeah. So good to see you too, Serpent. I'm glad to see you were keeping anarckos honest. You'll try to get away with anything when somebody's away. So So thanks for keeping him honest while I was away. So, but yeah, we've got our mining event tomorrow. Yeah, set about 18 hours, and feel free to join us. We provide all the boost, we provide all the compression. All you guys need to do is show up, and whatever you mine is yours. No cost, no charge, no nothing. So it's always a good time. You are always welcome. All of you are always welcome. So, and now that you've got a subscription, even better. So you won't have to deal with ads. So, because the ads are never appropriate, never. So, and yes, and Kickin will definitely be there. Kickin and Jackson. When you get the two of them together, they get very competitive. So that makes it very interesting. Very interesting. So. But yeah, appreciate the gift subs kicking. But yeah, as I said, about 1:30 here on Monday, 1:30 p.m. Monday in the Philippines. So, and it is, as every day is, it's 95 degrees outside, give or take, every day. No variety. I think they said the end of May is the rainy season. So at the end of May, it'll be 95 and raining most of the day, but still 95, between 95 and 100 every day. So, but yeah, I knew what I was signing up for. So the wife had spent 18 years in America, and she was never comfortable temperature wise, so it kind of worked out. So, oh, you can keep that swamp alert. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There is our emote that we got from the hype trains. Thanks for the hype train, everybody. Kickin' especially. Thanks, Kickin'. Kickin's always spreading it around, so, but he is a huge help to the community. So we love you, Kickin. Thanks for being here. But yeah, so what else? Yeah, my death saga, my dog saga. She's actually starting to get used to, realizes that we've actually moved. I think she kept thinking it was just some kind of weird trip, and so. But yeah, well, that's been funny. And the wife, strangely enough, has actually been wanting me to stream more, so I will be streaming more. Angeles City, okay, cool. Yeah, my wife's originally from Manila, and so but we're living in Batangas now, so just south of Manila. And but yeah, it's a little different here. A lot of lack of convenience, So we have fast food places here. We've got 3 different fast food places, but we do not have a grocery store or a general store. So we have to go a couple hours if we need, like I need a pair of fingernail clippers, and I got to go a couple hours for that. So no problem, Morty. Thanks for it, and thanks again for the raid. Appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow night. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we can get fresh vegetables and fresh meat and seafood. There's a wet market here, but they don't really sell. Little things that you might need. So, but yeah, it's kind of funny. I got a rat coming in, so let me take care of this guy before he causes some damage. But yeah, it's kind of interesting because. In America, you may live out in the country and, and not have access to things, but you don't normally have fast food places. And so this place doesn't have access to anything, but has fast food places, which is really strange. And so it's been kind of funny. So it's just a little different. But that just filled up my hold. gonna pick up this. I'm gonna pick up this wreck. And then I think we're going to call it a night. And we're going to look for somebody to raid. So since Morty and Anarckos are here, I don't know who's left. May only be Chaos. I'll have to check. But yeah, we'll start looking to see who's left. It may only be Chaos. But he's always entertaining. So Switch Hit Games. I haven't seen him. Zero Chronos is there. We could always give him some love. Yeah, why don't we do Zero Chronos? Yeah, it looks like Papa Chillin has completely given up on eveonline. So, yeah, let's do Zero Chronos. Let's end. Somebody's got somebody better. I am open to suggestions. So, yeah, we'll shoot for Zero Chronos if nobody has anybody better. So... Art Gravy's there. Yep. So I got one for Zero, one for Art Gravy. Kick in, take care. Thanks again, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow night. I love this headset. Love it. In fact, I thought about buying another one just in case. Because if something happened with his headset, I would be... so there's two for Art Gravy. All right, let's do Art Gravy. All right. So, yeah. So if something happened to my headset, I would be super upset. So, yeah. So I think we're going to... I was thinking about buying another one just so that I had a spare. But I didn't do it. So, all right. So let's raid Art. We'll raid Art. All righty. Appreciate you guys being here. And once again, like I said, we've got a mining event tonight. Feel free to join us. Yeah, so start an hour early. So 8:30 Central Time, which would be 9:30 Eastern or 7:30 Mountain Time. PM. Or 9:30 a.m. Filipino time. So no, it'll actually be 8:30 kicking. I'm doing an hour early. So because that way the East Coasters get a little more time. Sorry about that. So yeah. Yep. Yeah, so that way we'll do a little earlier. That way we can do longer, and the East Coasters get some time because they were the ones that were like wicked stepchildren. They always felt like they weren't included. So yeah. So 8:30 Central, 9:30 p.m. 8:30 p.m. Central, 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Mountain, or if you're like me on Filipino time, it's 9:30 a.m. Filipino time. So I will see you guys tomorrow, and thanks for watching. Thanks again, Kickin', for the gift subs. And let's go ahead and raid our gravy. All right. Got the raid set up, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again.